storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light. I love who I am. I'm loving me. Look in the mirror. Unapologetically love what I see. Love who I am. I am invincible. I am a fan. My curves and my features, God makes no mistakes. I am successful. I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof. I'm 100 proof, and I love who I see. Because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. A star in the making. I reach past the clouds. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. And no one can stop me. Can stop me now. I'm invincible.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We want to acknowledge the people in the chat first and foremost. Thank you, Project Management Office, Jackie Gaines, our mod, Nicole Thompson, Angela Reddick. You know, we've been doing these lives, but we haven't been acknowledging our audience, and we wanted to say thank you guys for joining us. Who else is in the audience? A copyright claimer also. We're going to be showing some things that some of the video that some previous video. Spice is nice. Hey, and you better not go back in the bushes, Nicole. You better not. Spice
it's the closet.
Don't go back in the closet. Don't go back in the closet. All right, so we're gonna start today off by kind of playing some of the video that Miss Amora did. Hey, Miss Ride, Brooklyn. And we're gonna kind of go over that a little bit, and then we're gonna talk to Amora. Amora, are you there?
Yeah, hi everybody.
Hey. Hey. So we're gonna go over some of the things that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay, she said you're here. Okay, so we're gonna go a little bit over. Let's go over this. Okay.
Don't have kids at all. Just don't have kids at all. Just don't have no kids. If you just run. Make sure you're stable, so you don't look like me. 27, 5 kids and nothing to show for it except for heartache and pain. Or actually don't have kids at all. Just don't have kids at I called the cops on myself. I literally tried to call children. No, I didn't try. I did. I did call the cops on myself. I did call children's services on myself. I tried to open up. I literally was trying to tell them lies to open a case on myself just to get some help. And it still didn't work because they already had record of me calling 2 weeks prior. So I literally for so long tried to do so many I literally started doing stupid shit. When I called the cops on myself, he was I was just telling him I need help. And I don't know what to do. So he was okay, well, pretty much literally verbatimly what he said out his mouth was in order for me to get some help or anybody to help get the kids or anything, he said I would literally have to be trying to kill them. So I'm so you mean to tell me I literally have to, because I'm okay, look, for one, I don't want to do that because then not only is it going to traumatize them, I'm gonna never fucking get them back. I'm not trying to do that. But then it was even if I do try to fake it or whatever, everybody got to play the part. So I'm gonna be hey, y'all, that's just not a conversation I want to have.
No, because then you'll probably go to jail.
Exactly. It just, I don't want to traumatize them for one. I
mean, I think it's a little bit too late for that.
I called the cops.
You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. This interview, it irked my nerves. Like,
It just, I don't want to traumatize them for one.
I mean, I think it's a little bit too late for that. Because you did put out a video saying you don't want your kids anymore. And that's kind of fucked up because they're going to see that.
Yeah, to be my baby dad. I just got fucking stuck and I couldn't abort the motherfucker. So it just, I don't want to traumatize them for one.
I mean, I think it's a little bit too late for that.
I mean, this interview. Lord,
aren't you worried about what's happening to your kids when you're not like? Do you know what happens to kids at foster care?
Yeah, I do, but no, I'm not worried because my kids aren't in foster care. Like where I've placed them, like I know like the people they're with, like family and people I've known since 6th grade.
They're your family?
So yeah, like one of them is one of my family who was able to step up, who didn't, who was able to step up. So one is with family, the other one is with, I'm not trying to put no names out there. So he's with a married couple. They own a couple businesses, actually. They own a couple businesses.
And they found you on the internet?
Well,
aren't you worried about what's happening to your kids?
Man, okay.
There's actually an interesting story that I saw on Instagram. Like, I would say, when did you put it out? Like a week ago or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. So I think I saw it about a week ago. This is Lex. She's from Ohio. What do you go by? Lamborghini Lex or just Lex or what?
Lex, but Lamborghini Lex or more Lex.
Okay. So I saw 2 weeks ago or a week ago, I saw she had a video. We're going to post it below. I'm going to show the video that she posted on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to play it right now. And I'm going to watch it with you. And then I have some questions, I'm sure, that everybody who watched the video has. So I'm basically going to ask you the questions that everybody wants to know. All right?
I absolutely love and adore my kids. They're so beautiful and intelligent, but I don't want them. I've been trying literally for 3 months to give them to the dads. Literally nothing. Literally. Anybody know who Kendrell Eaton is? Or he go by Kike? That's who I'm talking about. I never wanted the nigga to be my baby dad. I just got fucking stuck and I couldn't abort the motherfucker. So
there's actually
okay. So this was the introduction to Amora's story. Now we did a story with Amora before this whole thing, and we got the true story about what happened. Now she went on to do other interviews, and and I really believe this is that there is a certain level of exploitation going on here, and I think it kind of took away from what we really was trying to do. Yeah, she made clips, girl, and first of all, let's Amora, are you there? Let's talk about this interview, because I really believe that this was an unfair situation, and how you were treated on this interview. Can we even get to even how you were brought to do the interview?
Yeah, and I'm here. So she hit me up on, I think it was Instagram, and she's like, hey, I'm in California. I want you to come out here and do this interview. You'll get a lot of opportunities. There's going to be, some people that'll want to help you, give you some opportunities and a chance, and, all like things like that. And then, so I went out there. Well, let me not get too ahead. So that was the answer for that one. I'm sorry.
Right. So you felt like, okay, this would be a good opportunity. Like, okay, I'm going to do this interview. She's saying that she'll be able to help me in other ways. Did she pay you?
No, I wasn't. So I have not got paid from that interview. And yeah, because like everybody's like, she's doing interviews and things like that, but it's more so of a business mindset. Get the message out there, get the story out there, get the awareness out there, but change it into a positive. The story itself is just a negative situation.
Right. So hey Nene, hey guys, anybody that's joining, hey guys, hey Miss Ride or Die, how's everybody doing? So like, how did you feel when you went to this? How do you feel about this? How do you feel this whole thing went yourself?
Um, so it wasn't necessarily bad, but it wasn't necessarily good either. Um, the lady, she was cool, but she had some things about her that I'm not, to be honest, I don't know how to take. Like it was more so like kind of like wishy-washy behavior, because like, she'll say things like, like, well, okay, we'll start with when she called me on the phone. My kids was in the background and she could hear them, and she's like, "Oh, you're with the kids right now?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I was just proceeding to tell her, like, that I see them and I still be around them and things like that. And then she was like, "Okay, well, don't tell me because I don't want to know before the interview." And then just to do the interview, and then she's like, "You gave them up," and I'm like, "Girl, now you know damn well we had this conversation, but." Granted, I'm not going to lie, the interview was not the best because everybody knows I do smoke weed every now and then. Sometimes I smoke it socially. Sometimes I'll, spark up during the day, whatever. But everybody knows I smoke weed. But me and her were both under the influence of weed when we did that interview. So like some of the things like she would ask would like catch me off because I would be in the middle of answering one question, which she would hurry up and cut me off and ask another question. So that would catch me off guard. But like overall, it's like, I don't know, it's wasn't necessarily good, wasn't necessarily bad, but I was uncomfortable. I will say that. She did her best to try to make me comfortable, I guess, but it just wasn't my kind of thing, if that makes sense.
So she kept asking why you didn't get an abortion. That came to be the biggest thing. Is like, why'd you keep having kids? Why'd you keep having kids if you didn't like this, that, and the other? Then why'd you keep doing it? That was a common thread throughout the interview. How would you feel about that?
It was more so like at one point, like I did started to get like frustrated, annoyed. So I did start just like kind of just like, well, not only was I high, but it was like, girl, I don't know. It's like as an interviewer, you should do your research and kind of see other interviews or hear more of a backstory. So that way, when you're doing your interview, you're not exactly asking questions that aren't necessarily accurate, if that makes sense. I don't know if I said that right. Um, but it was like, I don't even know if I'm answering this question the right way. It's like, I don't know.
The main thing is, how did it feel though? Like, I mean, did you feel? You said you felt irritated, so you answered the question. It was
Yeah.
irritating to constantly say, because my thing is, you had twins, right? That it's hard enough to figure out that you had twins. That
Yeah.
right?
Because like, yeah, because some of the things that she would ask me are things that we actually talked about. And mind you, like all my interviews I've been nothing but honest. So it's like if she watched some of the interviews I've done, she would know what happened and how it came to be this many kids. It's not like, oh, I'm just out there willy-nilly, hoeing around and whatnot. Um, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. And it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's like she's like, she almost wanted to try to belittle me based on my past and not focus on the task that I'm trying to do at hand. Honestly, I feel like that's what everybody's more so worried. Not you guys, but like other interviewers, everybody wants to pick apart my past, which is fine. They want to get to know me and what led up to that.
Do you feel like she tried to like make you a statistic
Yeah, absolutely.
because she kept, well, then why did you have this one? Like, why did you have that one? I mean, it's like she
Yeah,
kept, she made the main focus on you and AB. You know, the kids are here now, so it doesn't matter why didn't I do it. They're here now, right? But it
yeah, and I
seemed
was
like,
trying to like be professional because like
mhm,
certain things I would see like she would try to throw a jab at, because regardless of like what anybody feels, I know for a fact I'm very pretty. I have a very unique look. Yes, I do have some big beautiful eyes, but yes, I have a very unique
mhm,
look. And what a lot of people don't realize is, especially in the modeling industry, you having a very unique look is the number one thing that they look for. So she was like, "Well, don't you think you're too old?" And I'm like,
yeah,
"Absolutely the
you
fuck not."
aged out.
And I'm like, I absolutely don't think I'm old at all. So, you said what?
As she said, you aged out.
Yeah. So I think she was just trying, and then she like I think once she kind of saw, she tried to switch it to say, well, don't you think because the amount of time you got to put in, and I'm like, no, because if you have that determination, that like that motivation behind you, let alone like, how can I put, I don't know how I could put it. It's like, I don't know who else she's been talking to, but she's talking to me, so I'm not worried about how long it's going to take because I'm on my shit. I'm trying to get my shit done. I'm putting myself out there. I'm reaching out to people. People are reaching out to me. I'm trying to network. So I don't know I don't know. But I don't, yeah, she was just like trying to just throw like jabs at certain things. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. Some certain things I just didn't like, for sure.
And what was this smart remark? Well, I think when she had brought up like a Cash App, she made a real smart remark right before she said it, like supposed to be something like that. But it's a real smart remark that she made. Like she ain't gonna do it, but if you want to do it, you can just send it to her. And I'm like,
let's play a little bit of the interview to give people, just in case anybody haven't seen it, so they can kind of get an idea of the tone of the interview, so they understand why we felt like, okay, wait, what I'm saying, what is going on? Is this what is going on? So the first thing is the actual title of the interview is "Woman Gives Up Her 5 Kids to Foster Care." So that was incorrect, right? Correct? That's not correct, right?
Incorrect.
Right. So I think that was more a shock job that she's trying to do.
Which is weird because she knew a week prior to the interview that I had, they're not in foster care.
You know what I'm saying? People are still being professional models into their 60s. Thank you, Angela Reddick. Thank you. So for her to like do that, that's crazy.
Yeah,
No,
like,
you can talk to King Kev when you want to come up. And, you ain't shadow banned. Stop it, King Kev. You crazy. We did have a crazy live. Thank you, NJB Nene for the $10 cash. What you call?
super chat.
Super chat.
I heard it's like,
let's play a little bit. We're just gonna play a little bit of it so we can just hear, like, get an idea of the tone.
It's okay. Okay, so they're taking your kids off the roster for school?
No.
For
So
child, like aftercare, so you can
no,
work.
like for all of them, like before school, after school, like they're just completely taking them off the roster. So I'll be like, okay, if you try to call up there, they're not gonna get a hold of nobody. It's so hard to get a hold of somebody. Before it used to be kind of easy, like you could, like we'll say before COVID, because we'll say COVID like literally just came and fucked it up. And it's like even still now they're still using COVID as an excuse for everything. And it's like, okay. And it's like, okay, I get COVID and then came and went, but it's like,
but okay, so what about the dads when you told them you were giving them? You told the dads you were giving them to foster care.
You know what? Yeah, I did. I called. Well, actually, no, not both of them, because the statutory rape one, I don't have a phone number for him. But I was like, from past experiences and things we did go through with like court and stuff like that, I did have an email. So I did try to reach out to him because honestly, I really didn't want to reach out to him at all for obvious reasons. Like that was like my last resort, but I was like desperate type thing. So thank God, like he still never reached out because, like I said, I found somewhere else for them to go. But
where are they now?
So I mean, I'm not gonna put like names out there because they don't want nobody to know.
Yeah.
But they're pretty close to me.
No, like, but you gave them to the state?
No. Oh, no. I still have legal custody.
Did you explain this to her already, or is she just now finding this out?
No, I already explained it. But I didn't, like, some things I did explain already, which that's why I was like getting irritated. But some things she didn't know, because she did say for sure that she doesn't want to know everything beforehand. She wants her reactions or whatever to be, like valid or something.
But I remember somewhere in that interview before that you already mentioned, I don't want to give up the name, like they're with family. And then she asked the same question again, like you was going to forget what you said.
Yeah, I noticed like some things she would ask again, and it's like either you weren't listening or maybe you're trying to say it in a different way, trying to catch me up, or I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. It wasn't like all the way a bad experience there. It was just, it was, but it wasn't. We already knew like she was going to ask what people wanted to know, and she's entitled to how she feels and what she thinks as well. And that's respected.
So maybe it was because you guys had smoked that the tone kind of seemed kind of like dry. Let's
Or like, hey, we saw the videos, like, where are they? What do we got to do? So like we jumped on that so quick. Like I dropped them off Friday. By Sunday.
How many kids do they have?
Hmm?
They all together? Your kids are all together?
No, I couldn't find nobody who would take them all at once.
Okay, how does it work? How is it working right now with the kids?
So it's 3 households involved.
Okay. One has the twins.
One has the twins. One has my youngest son.
How old is your youngest son?
He's 5. He'll be 6 this year.
Okay.
And then the oldest 2 boys are together. Because at first I thought the oldest 3 were going to be together and then the twins were going to be together, but yeah, that wasn't going to be able to happen. So it's 3 households involved. They're no more than 10 to 15 minutes away from, they're no more than 10 minutes away from, 10 to 15 minutes away from each other. So like, say like, we'll just say I'm here. They're like, like around.
What did you tell your kids?
Oh, this is the wrong girl you're about to give me. Hold on.
It's okay. Take your time.
See, it's like the other stuff I can get through and laugh at and, just try to keep going. But that one, pretty much.
Did she throw you off guard with that question?
No, because I know a lot of people want to know what I told my kids before all of this, and it's just because I don't really talk about the kids. I don't talk about the situation at all unless I'm being asked about it or like doing an interview. So it's still hurtful to me. So and unfortunately I'm trying to work on that, but that's literally why I end up crying in every interview because that's a very touchy subject. So it didn't throw me off. It just I was already trying to hold back tears just thinking about them. So when she did it, it was just like that just triggered a whirlwind of emotion, and it's like I couldn't stop it.
As it should.
So like
you're human.
So where they're all.
Go ahead.
I said as it should because she's human, and when you ask certain questions about your children, all of us women, if we're going through something, we should tear up like that, as she should. But from what I'm getting out of it is, I don't know. What I'm getting from this interviewer is, well, you made your bed, lie in it. You the one kept having these kids, and now all of a sudden you don't want them, right? And I think that's what she's trying to nail in on.
You think she was trying to do like the tough love type of like a?
No, not no tough love. It's like look, another neglectful black woman, like another neglectful. Like that's why she kept going off of each child. Well, you had the first 2, but then why would you have the next one, right? Then why would you have the next one, right? And then each one she speaks upon AB, right? And even with the twins, so why AB the twins? Like I've never heard nobody say that ever. Maybe to one child, but not to somebody who's having twins. I've never heard nobody say ever, "We'll go get why you didn't get AB for the twins." Like who says that?
Yeah, it is weird because like not only do I not believe in abortion, but I'm not gonna lie, I've already came out and I did consider abortion with my twins, but I was already too late when I found out. Like like we had the bill I think it's called like the heartbeat bill that passed during COVID. So by the time I found out that I was pregnant with twins, they already had a heartbeat because just the whole scenario on how I found out, kind of was, I feel like Loki was a setup. But anyway, It was just like, I don't know. And there's like everybody, like, yes, just like every parent, you know, I did struggle. I'm still struggling, but I don't know why everybody, not like y'all, but everybody else, especially her as well. But it's like, I don't know why everybody acts like there wasn't a time in my life or a couple of times in my life where I actually was stable. It's just
And then
things happen.
but that would have been the equivalent to you asking her why you didn't AB your child. You say you're a single parent too. Why you didn't AB your child? That'd have been an equivalent if you would have asked her that.
Yep.
And then whatever her response would have been, right? I mean, she could have hit you with, well, I got mines or whatever, but it doesn't matter. You have yours too. They're just not living with you right now, but you still have them.
Yeah, and I'm literally not doing anything that nobody hasn't done before. It's just I publicly I already told y'all why I came out and did it, but I wasn't expecting it to go that far. But you know, I'm kind of glad I did because you know it shows people things that like that everybody turns the blind eye to.
Mm-hmm. You're
And honestly,
speaking up for
2024,
all women.
yeah, these damn daddies need to step up. It don't matter. I don't, just because I don't like you, don't mean I'm not gonna take care of your child. Shit, y'all left
Right.
me high and dry, and I was still taking care of my kids. It's just to a point to where I literally did it to where it almost killed me. So I have no choice, but to do what I got to do.
I think you spoke out for women around the world. And a lot of women, they scared to say, I'm tired. This is too much on me. Right. And even though they may not like the word, I don't want them, you take them. They don't understand that's just like it's not real. That's just how you're feeling at the moment. That doesn't mean that's how you feel about your kids. That just mean it's overwhelming.
Yeah, and then like they say, oh, my kids are traumatized. My kids aren't traumatized because for one, they haven't seen anything that's going on social media. But I already told them as things were happening. Like when I woke up the next day and then I saw the message talking about I was on World Star Hip Hop and all this other stuff. My kids, like, they're very intelligent. I don't know how her kids are, but you got some kids who are more intelligent than the others. Not to sound messed up, but that's just how it is. But my kids are very intelligent, so like I told them, they might hear some things, they might come across some things on social media, but they are very understanding and they know what it means or what it looks like when people are talking out of anger because they do it too. They speak out of anger, not just to me, but just to each other as their siblings and as other people. That's just something in them. But I definitely, that's mainly what this whole thing was about, is speaking up, and I don't ever let nobody make me shut up. And that's all they've been trying to make me do since I've been doing these interviews, is make me shut up. And I'm not going to, because like I said, these baby daddies need to step up.
All right, so I'm gonna play a little bit more of this to get like some
Back
context.
for you guys. And I said even I'm sorry.
It's okay. Do you have a napkin you can bring or a tissue?
So anyway, I told them, like, no matter what's going on when I go to sleep and when I wake up, you guys are the first thing I'm thinking of. And that even though it hurts and it's just for a little while. Thank you. Even though that is just for a little while. I'm doing this to better us. Like, I'm gonna give them the life they deserve. I'm gonna give them a better life. So,
But your mom couldn't help you with the twins?
no. So we were already with my mom because our last landlord, so like my house was like broken into. So my last landlord was like, oh, well, who's to say that, you didn't do that? And I'm like, well, I've been here for almost 2 years. You just said it. I've been here for almost 2 years. It wasn't the problem. So he he stole my deposit for that little situation. So I couldn't move into the new house. So I ended up living with my mom. So we were with my mom since last September up until this February of this year. So not only have we already been with her in her 2-bedroom apartment, so it's me, 5 kids, and a dog, and a big ass lizard. So not only were we there in her 2-bedroom apartment, while I got back on our feet, was getting us back on our feet and stuff, You know, my mom also just had a total hysterectomy, so that medically wise, like I was saying, like she can't do it right now. You know, she just had all her shit removed.
So you're living with your mom right now?
No, well, right now I'm at least until the 31st. I still have a home. At least until the 31st, I have to be out.
So speaking about this home situation, what is going on with your housing situation at the moment? Are you good, or what's going on right now?
So I have to be out by the 31st. I gotta give him the keys by 4 o'clock, and then I'm figuring it out from there.
So what? So you're saying that the house got broken into? What happened? It got broken
So
into once before, right? And then now again, it got broken into.
no, so
No, that's
no,
two separate houses, DJ.
yeah. So I'm speaking on my last house, not this
Right.
exact house. So the house I had last year. Um, so I was in the process of moving from that house to a bigger house with the same landlord. So when the house got broken into that week that I was supposed to move out, not only did it took 4 days for them to come out and fix the back door. So I obviously wasn't staying there, but I had to leave the mess and stuff because mind you, everything was packed. So when I tell you they ransacked everything, obviously it's a break and it wasn't going to be pretty. But I obviously had to leave the shit there for cops to come and do their fingerprints and stuff like that. So when they came and fixed the door, they told the landlord like, oh well, it's really dirty. Like, and I'm like, well, obviously I haven't cleaned up the mess because I have to leave it here for cops. And that took about a couple of days for them to come out and do what they had to do. So I wasn't at that house. So with the situation with that house, he's like, okay, well, you've been here for 2 years, and then all of a sudden you get a break-in. What happens if that? What happens if you go to the new house and that happens? And I'm like, well, just like you said, I've been here for 2 years, and we're just now having an issue. I'm clearly not the problem, and honestly, that's kind of how a freaking break-in works. It's random. So when he was like, well, I just can't give you that new house because I just can't risk it. And I'm like, that don't make sense. That don't have nothing to do with me. So I gave him $2,000 for that new house that I never moved into. He never gave it back. No, he sent me $1,200 of it back. And then he was like, well, I'm going to go ahead and take the fees out for this other house. And I'm like, you can't do that because that's why you have the security deposit for that house. So you can't take my deposit for this other house. That's two different things. So
is this landlord a Caucasian, or what is he? Like a Caucasian or a black person, or who is this guy?
Yeah, the last landlord is they're all white.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
So zero, they're not gonna have as much compassion as probably like someone, but
Yeah. And then with this landlord that I have to be out by the 31st, I did let them know, and honestly, I did let them know, like, hey, what you guys did is really fucked up. There's no reason why I should be in this situation as far as, having to leave and all this other stuff. Because it really all started with, the whole fire situation. That was the first job. And then later, the end of that week was the whole childcare situation in the other job. So, I was just like telling them, I think you guys could have, and it was crazy because, mind you, all of our messages, I just communicate through text, so that way I have everything time stamped and dated. I always tell landlords, don't call me. If you better text it. You got enough time. So for that reason, because when I told him, I was like, you know what, this is bullshit. I want to let you guys know that without slander, I am going to go and use my social media platform to tell everybody about my experience with this company. And I made sure I told him I wasn't going to slander the company, but just talk about my experiences. And then, that freaked him out. And he was like, okay, well, we'll do this. So he was like, instead, we won't file an eviction on you, but you have to be out by the 31st. And I was like, it's still fucked up because I shouldn't have to leave at all. But at the same time, because mind you, I paid $6,500, which was my first last and security deposit, or whatever the hell it was. So they applied one of them, the 2 early payments that I gave them for the month of May, and I was like, y'all should have been did that. So they was like, okay, well that way, we applied that extra payment you gave us when you moved in. We applied it for May, so now your rent is paid up. So that way you just have to be out by June.
So you're gonna have an eviction on your record. That's what's gonna happen.
No, they're not gonna file the eviction as long as I'm out. If I give them the keys 4 o'clock on the 31st.
Okay. let's go back into this interview.
couple, they own a couple businesses. Actually, they own a couple
And
businesses.
they found you on the internet.
Well, they didn't find me. Like, I've already known about them, but they didn't hear anything. They didn't see anything until like after it was like already gone viral. So when they was like, oh, like we saw what was going on, like what's going on. So when I dropped them off that Friday, by Sunday, I had already found some people for my kids to go. So because I already found somebody to have them, because I already found some people to take my kids before we went to court with Children's Services that Monday. We didn't have to go to court. They didn't open a case or anything because there's literally nothing they can do for me. Because before I did that, I called the cops on myself. I literally tried to call children. No, I didn't try. I did. I did call the cops on myself. I did call Children's Services on myself. I tried to open up it. I literally was trying to tell them lies to open a case on myself just to get some help. And it still didn't work because they already had record of me calling 2 weeks prior. So like I literally for so long like tried to do so many, like I literally started doing stupid shit. Like
what?
Like when I called the cops on myself, he was like, I was just like telling him like, I need help. I don't know what to do. So he was like, okay, well, pretty much like literally verbatimly what he said out his mouth was in order for me to get some help or anybody to help like, get the kids or anything, he said I would literally have to be trying to kill them. So I'm like, so you mean to tell me I literally have to, because like, I'm like, okay, look, for one, I don't want to do that because then not only is it going to traumatize them, I'm gonna never fucking get them back. Like I'm not trying to do that. But then it was like, even if I do try to fake it or whatever, everybody got to play the part. So I'm gonna be like, hey y'all, like that's just not a conversation I want to have.
No, because then you'll probably go to jail.
Exactly. It just, I don't want to traumatize them for one.
I mean, I think it's a little bit too late for that because you did put out a video saying you don't want your kids anymore, and that's kind of fucked up because they're gonna see that.
Yeah. So like,
that's hurtful.
Go ahead, Sugar Love.
No, I'm saying, you see how she said that?
Like she's saying stuff in a funny ass way, and
right, we already did already, and that's kind of effed up.
No, what the? Don't mind King Kev. King Kev is our neighborhood troll. He like to make fun, do stuff, goofy stuff in chat. So
I haven't even noticed anything he said.
I can say I could have worded that better. But my kids, like I said, I've talked to them. Like they understand and know very much. They know everything that's going on, but they haven't even still seen anything just yet.
They're young, so they don't understand.
No, not the youngest 3. No, they're probably not going to understand.
But even an 11-year-old, they're not going to understand exactly like your situation because they're 11.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because like it depends, because not every 11-year-old is the same. Like mine are like a little
mature.
Yeah, like they're really
but
mature.
Still, they don't
and
understand like responsibilities of life. Just like even at you had a kid at 15, you were really young and you didn't understand a lot of things.
I damn sure didn't.
Right.
And
so you can't expect an 11-year-old to understand what you're saying, even though they're trying to be supportive of you because they love you and you're their mom. You know what I mean? So they're gonna tell you they just want to be with you.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like they just want to be with you. Like they don't care if they're in a tent with you. It's better than being with strangers in a mansion,
I'm sorry, really quick. I don't understand every interview I've done or even just random people I've seen comments on. Why does everybody want me to be in a tent with my damn kids? I've been in abandoned places with my kids. I've been in fucked up situations with my kids. And it's crazy. Because had I went viral saying, hey, I live in an abandoned house with my kids, I would have been getting dragged just as much. Like, everybody wants to find something to be mad at, but nobody's actually seeing that I took a serious risk for my kids that nobody else would take.
Right. Was that one of the times in the interview where you felt like she was talking over you and you like not let you speak?
Yeah, like honestly, if she would let me speak, her and her audience probably would have had more than enough answers. Or actually, if they watched any of the other interviews before they did this interview, they would have a lot more answers. Right. And not so much animosity. But like I said, at some point, everybody kind of just going to try to find things to poke at or, Because honestly, I don't think she understood completely everything I was saying at all.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because at least with you, like you're their mom.
Yeah.
And kids want their mom.
Yeah, because like when I see them, like I be asking them, like, how do y'all feel? But like even though like I already said like it sucks or whatever, they said it sucks. Like yeah, like they miss me, because I miss them too. But you know, I do see them like every. If it's not every day, then it's like every couple days. So like,
But what's your plan?
build a better stable life for them.
How?
Um,
Because you have to leave where you're staying, right? Soon. Okay, where are you gonna go?
um, and that's I don't know. I'm kind of just gonna wing it. I'm gonna figure it out. But
What do you need? What do you need? What would fix your life?
I mean, obviously,
That's another thing. Like this whole time. So what's inside this vape pen that she keep hitting? Because she hitting it, blowing it out her nose. She getting fucked up the whole time. Like by the end of the interview, I'm like, bro, what is going on? And then she gets to advertising shrooms. I'm like, what is going on?
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting that one, but it was like, hey, do what you gotta do. Who am I to knock somebody's hustle? Shit, get your hustle on, girl. I'm trying to do mine. Shit, I'm trying to learn. Maybe not with all of that, but you know what I mean.
Hey, what's up, Riddler? How you doing? But yeah, she's just vaping and I'm like, wow, like bro, like that's not the time to vape. Somebody crying. You probably should have held that vape for a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? So let's go a little bit further. So she get to explain your
tracks
situation.
and stuff.
Mm-mm.
And then outside of that,
How old are you?
I'm 27, but also
you're probably too old to have a modeling contract, to be honest with you.
no, absolutely not. But also outside of that, a lot of people don't know is not this Friday, but last Friday, I just finished my last medical class for my national medical assistant license, so I can take that license and go anywhere. So outside of modeling, which I am going to do regardless of how anybody feels, outside of the modeling, outside of the music,
No, I'm just saying
outside of
it's a
my two
hard job
jobs.
to break into. You know what I'm saying? Like you
I
don't make
don't-
money right away.
No, absolutely not. I don't think I want to do like, Tyra Banks modeling, but some gigs here and there, like really multiple
but
streams of
that's not
income is what I'm after at the end of the day.
Right.
So however it comes, like I said, I didn't had different things. I didn't plan different things out. And ain't nothing work for me. So it's like, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. So I might as well take the risk now. Cause just nothing is working out. So it's like,
Yeah, but modeling is like it's more like it's not a safe job. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you're like, I want to go to school to be a nurse, and then you're gonna make $100,000 a year, and then you could really get your kids back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's that is my plan, because I did already get my my name. So I'm just getting my national. Outside of the 2 licenses, I have to get my state license, my national license, because it's my national test through the NHA. So I have to do all that. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I can't effectively study. It's like, I've asked social media for help. Like, hey, y'all got any studying tips? I've looked on YouTube. I've gotten hella books from. I don't know. I don't know if it's just maybe I actually don't know how to study, or I'm just like so nervous that I'm like pushing the test back. I don't know which one it is.
Bro, we're trying to have a serious interview. King Kev, you killing me with this stuff. You killing me with your comments. I know Sugar Love be like, don't look at the comments. It's hard not to look at them. Sorry.
But she do sound like Joan Rivers. She do sound like Joe Rivers. Absolutely. Oh gosh.
Okay, y'all.
It's like I just know I'm like really anxious. So like I don't know what to do.
For which test? So
it's just I'm
what
not
was your
walking
biggest regret since
in
this whole situation happened? Do you have any regrets?
No, because I feel like everybody on the outside, like nobody, like, I don't know. I feel like I've opened up, because like I wanted people to to know, like, the things that happen in people's life. Like, I want people to, like, like, I want, like, dads to see, like, what happens when you, like, the detrimental effects, not only just on the mom, but on the kids when mom is left to make, such a fucked up choice. So it's like, I feel like I'm opening eyes to a lot of the things that society is, turning blind to. Um, I feel like I'm getting people to, understand, because like a lot of people reached out to me and support. People are understanding, or I'm making it normal for people to say they need help without feeling ashamed. I'm making it normal again for people to speak up against their abusers and not feeling, scared. You know, don't ever let nobody make you shut up. Um, so I don't have a regret. The only thing I don't like is the fact, of course, that I'm away from my kids. But honestly, if I just stay focused and stay on my plan no more than 6 months, I think that's enough time to establish myself, get like some good income, save some money.
Okay. What's your Cash App if anybody sees this and wants to help her out and send her some money so she can hopefully use that money to try to get her kids back? Do you want to
You hear that?
give me your Cash
Hopefully,
App?
that
Yeah,
she
it's
can
Alexa.
hopefully. There's no sense for
That
that.
was a dig though. I'm like, dude, you don't even realize how she digging like the whole time. Like, I get it. She probably got to look a certain way in front of her audience, but you ain't got to be that like,
Mm-hmm.
be like that. That's crazy. So
Alexis Wright 23, with the money sign in front.
Spell it out.
ALEXUSWRIGHT.
And is there anything you want to say to your kids if, they ever see this, or something
Like,
you
ain't
want
that
them to know?
something? Like she just said, she see them all the time. What do you mean? What? like what? Like what do you want to say? I just told you. You just heard them on the phone, right? Like they're never going to see her, and just in case they come across her video. Anyway, anywho, go ahead.
I can't even continue to watch it. I had to like, just,
Uh,
man. I've never felt so irritated in my life watching something like, oh my.
yeah.
Greetings,
Imagine
everyone. Imagine sitting there like I was getting very annoyed, but I tried to just be professional and just get through it.
Girl, you should be given a saint thing because I probably would have jumped up and left. Like, man, you know what? I'm done. Goodbye. Took the mic off. Everything. You know what? I'm done with this. And gave her back her vape pen, which she gave to you too. This is interesting. Why would you guys get high before an interview? What was that about? Like, let's get high on
To be
weed.
honest, I don't even know. I don't even know how that came. It was just we got in the car and then she was just like flipping through her things and she was like, "Here, you want this?" I was like, "Sure, why not?" And it was just like, she was hitting hers and I hit mine and I was like, "Oh, this is okay." Well, I don't know about her, but I just wasn't expecting it to, work that well.
I think you should. Yeah, I think you should come up, King Kim, because you were talking the most, King Kim. It's an open panel, you guys. We want to talk to her. So after that happened, we got wind of like the interview. We were reviewing the interview. If you guys haven't seen, if you want to see the whole interview, go on Sugar Love or my actual channel. You'll be able to see the entire interview that Amora did on that podcast. Also you can see the initial interview that we did with Amora and also the review we did about the grandma on Sugar Love as well as my channel. Sugar Love did her own separate thing about the grandma. Then of course we come together, like Voltron, because the whole objective is like to really help people. We're not really here to like exploit them, and so
Like afterwards, like after the interview, she's like, I think you did good. This will get a lot of views. She said this will go viral for sure. And then it's like, mind you, like I said, she was cool, but she was also on the fence, like wishy washy. And then she was like, yeah, I think, she did tell me she thinks I should go strip and shit.
she told you should go
So
see.
Are you
what?
serious? Are you
Yeah,
serious? She told
she
you
was
that?
like, because I mean, I told like just like I told everybody, like I haven't done it yet, but I have been thinking about maybe doing it again because that's I need fast cash now to try to fund my businesses and shit. So like she was like, I do think you do need to go stripping, work and things like that. And it was weird because
She
like
was not for you.
And it was weird because when I was talking about multiple streams of income, you were trying to do everything you could to shut it down. But behind the scenes, you're telling me different things. But she does actually talk like that off camera too. That's just how she talks.
Oh,
Like Joan Rivers.
Them shrooms don't went to her head. That's why she talk like that. Cause she can't. She done took too much shrooms.
yeah. At the end, she was promoting shrooms and all type of stuff. Like, "Yeah, this is the best shrooms you can get," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, girl, like, wait a minute, why we promoting drugs and stuff? I'm like, I don't know, like,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
like,
that I
like
think
I
that's
smoke weed.
who sponsors her channel.
Yeah, like I smoke weed, but I don't do shrooms. I don't do nothing else. I just smoke my weed every now and then, and I'm not gonna lie. Actually, lately I've been smoking. Like when I was in California, my one friend, he was smoking weed, and every time he smoked, I smoked.
and that California weed is no joke. That's not like no normal stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let's really talk about it. So after you did this interview, what was the series of events that brought you? Because we actually had to, once we reviewed the interview, we found out that you were kind of stuck on Hollywood Boulevard after like missing your flight. So what happened with that whole situation? What was the catalyst to that?
Yes.
Wait, Kevin done it.
So obviously I can't call the man my friend now because so mind you, when I went up there, how it was is I was like, okay, I'm gonna kill two birds with one stone going up here because he's telling me, he was like showing me some of his work, and he's like, sometimes I shoot with different artists and things like that. There's things going on down here. I want to connect you with some people, and I'm in my business mind. I'm like, hell yeah, shit, I'll meet whoever. I don't mind. I'm not lazy. I definitely want to get out there to work. I don't want no handouts, I just want somebody to help me put me in that position where I can show them I can work and whatever. So after we did the interview, we went back to her place, but I didn't really like the setup. Like it wasn't ugly, it just wasn't a comfortable situation because it was like a room in her garage with like a bed and a bathroom.
Wait,
And
so
that
she brought you out to her show. She pay you? She didn't pay you to be on the show. Then she didn't get you a hotel. She offered you her garage to sleep in.
yeah, in the garage, like so like you go in the garage, you got like the garage door. Like in order like okay, the garage isn't like necessarily, it's attached to the house, but you can't get into the house. You can't get inside the house from the garage. You have to go out the garage. So if she shuts the door, so like the little room that I'm sleeping in, it has a little door. Of course, she did not lock that. So I'm gonna definitely make that part clear. She did not lock the little door. But if she if she shuts her garage, there's no way I can get out of that garage even if I wanted to. So I wasn't really necessarily okay with that. And she's like, if you do leave, just let me know and I'll open the garage. And I don't know, it's just I didn't really like that. Not necessarily like, oh, like because I got rules or anything. People got rules and shit. Like that wasn't the problem. The problem was that if there was an emergency or if there was something going on, I wouldn't, there wouldn't be no way out for me. And if I did happen to get out of the garage, there would have been no way for me to go except for left or right because it's nothing but hills and like you can't get to nowhere from her house. So it was like it wasn't
What area
necessarily.
did she live in?
She lived in a decent area. So I'm not gonna say like she didn't live in a horrible place. It just the setup wasn't the best, but it wasn't in a bad area. It was like I don't know. It's just like a lot of hills, like a lot of hills. A lot of the houses are stacked on top of each other on the hill. I don't know if
Is it
anybody's been
near
to
Hollywood?
California.
How many times have you been to California before this interview?
That was my first time.
Okay, so
So is her place near Hollywood?
No. Yeah, so her place is like 30 or 40 minutes maybe from Hollywood. Cuz no, I'm trying to think. We were in Wonderland or something like that. Wonderland Avenue or something like that.
No, I don't think we have a Wonder. Well, I don't know about a Wonderland Avenue, but is it closer? Is she closer to LAX or is she closer to Hollywood?
She's decently like 30 40 minutes from both.
Okay.
all right. See, this is the danger, right? That you could put yourself into by like kind of taking an interview. You never know who this woman is and what her intentions are. And it's dangerous as a woman to go by yourself to an interview And then I'd be like, no, give me a hotel. But that, don't ever stay in nobody's house, first of all. If you
Yeah,
get
and honestly, yeah, I mean, usually I wouldn't even do that, but I was like, okay, because like, you know, she didn't tell me it was like in her garage. She was like, she told me she had a spare apartment, and then she was like, well, first she said she had a spare apartment that her friend was sleeping in, but he would be gone for a couple days, so I could crash there, and I'm like, okay. So I don't know what happened with that, but then she was like, you could just stay at my apartment with me, and I'm like, okay, it's her and her child, you know. And usually I don't do things like that because people be crazy out here.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
Hey,
Nay. How
hey,
you?
Shook. Hey, Lakeisha. Hey, Genesis. What's up,
Hey, man.
Mr. King, Kev? It's been a minute since I've been on the panel with you, Kev. What's
What's up?
up?
How you doing?
Good, good, good. What's up, chat? Y'all hit that like if y'all haven't already. I was just thinking, right? First of all, amore. Am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing your story. And for spending some time over here at the Sugar Love Train. I was first thinking that I was gonna share some suggestions with you, but I think I'm gonna, instead of doing that, I'm gonna just say my piece to the general public. And if you can glean something from what I have to say, and you want to use it, great. And if not, great. That way, I'm not participating in giving you unwarranted advice or advice that you didn't ask for. So for anyone watching this video or joining the live right now, if you find yourself in a situation like this, whether you're facing homelessness as a parent or just homelessness on your own, um, there are a couple of resources that may or may not be helpful. It's kind of a gamble, especially with the high rate of homelessness that we have throughout this country. But United Way 211 is a 24/7, always available referral service. You can access that by dialing 211 in most states, 811 in some states, and it's always accessible online 24/7. And that is a referral service to get you any kind of help. And I do mean any kind of help, 24 hours a day. It is a situation where you have to kind of um, jump through you got to follow the instructions. It's a lot of calling around, but that resource is something that is available to us. And also for single women in particular, I would suggest going into a temporary shelter if at all possible. And the reason I say that is because in most states, if you end up staying at a temporary shelter for 30 days or more, they then transition from helping you with short-term housing to looking for some long-term solutions for you. And to be quite honest, I feel like that is a safer bet versus leaning on strangers to give you housing, because that is a gamble with your life, and I wouldn't want anyone to gamble with their safety in their life. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents. I'll shut up.
All right, King Kev, you came up here, and
Thank you for
Lakeisha.
sharing that.
Lakeisha, did you have something to say, or because you've been up here for a minute?
Child, I was ready to ride at dawn, get out to Hollywood to pick her up, need be, because we don't play that. We make sure the people are safe, because I live out here and I know it's not a safe place out here. It's not a safe place anywhere when you don't know where you are.
So
So
explain
I'm
how you
glad.
got to Hollywood Boulevard. Explain that situation. And what? Well, wait, King Kev, do you have something to say about this situation first? King Kev. Okay, well, if he don't have nothing to say, okay. So how'd you get out to Hollywood Boulevard? What was the series of events that brought you to that situation?
Well, so the other person at that time who I thought was my friend, so we're actually from the same hometown. So, you know, at first I'm like, okay, obviously I don't know the interview lady, but I'm like, you know what? I do have somebody here from a hometown. It's all good, and he's connected. Well, we can network, and he does like photography and stuff. So we also talked about he wanted to do a couple photo shoots with me. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I catch the Uber from hers because, like I said, I was not feeling that. So I catch the Uber out there. When I get there, he's like, yeah, I got my place and all this other good stuff. Uh, well, we all know how that turned out. So any fucking way, excuse me.
Well, no, everybody don't know how it turned out. Everybody wasn't in the live with us.
Oh yeah, you're right. So when I get there, he has not connected me with anybody except for the people in his neighborhood that he talks to, who have nothing going for themselves. Not trying to sound mean or anything, but like there's no connection. There's no networking there. I might as well just come back to Columbus and just say hi to people walking. So anyway, no photo shoots got done. No connecting happened. There was no place. Oh, so also that same time I was supposed to, be catching my flight that night, which that never happened. I ended up missing that flight because the money that I had on my card, DoorDash took it, and I was like, okay, I don't know why. For one, I don't know why anybody needs to pay DoorDash $100 for anything, but whatever. Anyway, so DoorDash took it. So I'm trying to call them because I'm trying to order my Lyft back to the what's your name, to the airport. So it wasn't going through, and I'm like, okay, I know for a fact. I think the Uber there or the Lyft there was only going to be like $30, and I was like, I know for a fact I got that on my card, and it wasn't going through. So DoorDash had taken it out. Well, it was actually like negative something because like the 100 thing for the annual Dash Pass, I think they call it. So anyway, that came out. So I'm like, okay, I'm trying to get in contact with them. So long story short, I ended up getting stuck out there because they couldn't rebook my flight and all this other good stuff because I missed it. They put it down as a no call, no show. So I ended up having to crash out there with him. Now, mind you, so he has a place, but it's not like his place. Not gonna like put too much of his business out, but well, actually, you know what? The shit that he pulled, fuck that. So any fucking way, he was like, it's like a dorm, like it's like a dorm situation, and it's literally small. Like there wouldn't have been no space for me to like lay on. It's just so small. So anyway, I ended up crashing in his car, like literally sitting in the front seat, sitting up. That's how I slept.
Do you know what
But
part of California you were in when you were at the dorm kind of situation? Here's the thing. You know what? I'm gonna let King Kev because he has to be tagged in. But do you know what part of California you were in when you were at the dorm situation? Because you're sleeping in a car and you don't even know what area you're in. You've never been to California before. You could be in Oakland or Crenshaw. I'm not sure. I've never been in deep into California. I've only been to LA and Hollywood, but I couldn't imagine if I'm in a random place in California, not knowing where I'm at and sleeping in a
Genesis,
car.
ain't no way she would have been in no Oakland, because Oakland takes at least 5 to 6 hours or more to drive to.
Oh,
yeah, no, I
okay.
wasn't in Oakland. So on the night I did officially leave, I did find out because I had to keep because like the street that I was on is like I knew it, but for some reason like I don't know why it's just like I just kept forgetting it, so I have to keep walking to different streets trying to figure out which one it is, and it's a little distance between each street, so it was kind of taking a little minute. But the street that I was in like North Hollywood, I think it is North Hollywood, on Hollywood Boulevard, and there's a street off of it called Whitley. And that's where I was, right there on that street. And the dorm is like I guess it's like an old Motel 6 that they tore down and turned into like a dorm residential or something like that. So although like I didn't have nowhere to sleep, I definitely used the showers every damn day in that dorm because I gotta wash my ass. I have to.
So what do they have
So
like one single shower for like everybody or like did the rooms have individual showers or what?
so like yeah, you go in and there's like I think there was 3 stalls, like 3 toilets and 3 showers. So there's one on each floor. So I wore
Wow.
my Crocs in the shower.
So it was like also like almost like a hostel situation, like a hostel. All right,
I
King
don't know.
Ted,
I just know I had the car to sleep in, and I was able to at least go in there and shower and use the restrooms.
wow. Okay,
Is it
King Ted.
like a big apartment building,
Huh?
a big apartment complex?
No, it looked like I'm almost sure it was the Motel 6 that they tore down and redid and turned it into that. Because the Motel 6 sign is still out there, but there's no motel out there.
All right, go ahead, King Kev. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I know. I think I know exactly where you were. You were in West Hollywood, not North Hollywood, but you were actually, you said it right earlier when you said Wonderland Avenue. That's actually a famous street because it was a big mass unaliving that happened on that street way back in the day. But anyway, yeah. So the houses are kind of like on hills. It's all hilly, and they got little short driveways, and it's kind of looks like the garage. You can walk into that first, which probably was where you slept, and then you go up steps to the houses. So I think I kind of know where you. And that old hotel, that was a old Motel 6. That's exactly what it was. But and just to tell you that when you started to subscribe, and you were about, if you would have walked 5 minutes the other way from Whitney, you would have been on the La Brea Host Road. Just to let you know the area. Now it's not a bad area, but again, that's
I would have
and
been a what?
that was you were about a 2.5 minute walk from the street called La Brea, which is a famous host road in LA. And not that it's a bad area, but you have that element there because you have a little money over there in the hills. A lot of people, like, you'll find like C-list celebrities, content creators, they live in that area. And it's a lot that's going on over there. You really didn't have any idea where you were at, but you were probably, besides being in one of the actual hoods in South Central, you was probably in one of the sketchiest places in LA. Um,
Oh wow.
when you're a person in need of help and you're in a place like LA, every predator that's awake will see you and will gravitate towards you. Um, I just have to be honest with you, like, this trying to connect you with people so you can network and all that stuff. I'm not saying people shouldn't have dreams, but in your situation,
Hold on, you're cutting out really, really bad.
can you hear me?
Try to like try to speak slower. It seems like if you get faster, it starts to cut out or something.
Okay, let me know if my sound is bad. Can you hear me now?
You're good. It's still doing it. It's I don't know. It sounds like an interference.
We can hear you clearly, Kev. It might be on her end.
Okay, if y'all can hear me, that's yeah, I'm gonna be short though. But what I want to tell you, like, I don't know how many men you have in your life that you can talk to, men that that are not trying to be involved with you or that you're not involved with. But I think if you do have a man in your life that you can speak to, they would speak to you in different terms than, these people who are trying to interview you. You have to understand, people want to talk to you for a reason. Everybody has a different reason, and most of those are not really good reasons. You're gonna go viral because you're the chick that abandoned her 5 kids. And I'm not saying that that's how I view you. I'm just telling you that's how this internet game is, right? So there'll be a lot of people that'll reach out to you, but just imagine, just for 1 second, put in your mind that the same set of circumstances happened, except the interviewer was a man. Now, what would that look like? Come on out to LA. I'm gonna fly you out to LA. I'll throw you in this little spot, but then it wasn't really what it was
It looks
expected.
like Lex ain't coming back. I would probably never fly out with unless like I'm put up somewhere, and I wouldn't even want them to book a hotel in their name. Like, I need to be there. That shit has to go in my name. I'm only getting that room key. Like, I've learned
Exactly.
so much.
My point was your mind frame has to change because you will always be victimized by people because, unfortunately, because you were victimized so young, you wear that. You understand what I'm saying? And people who are predators, they will pounce on you, especially in a place like LA. Your hometown is your comfort zone. That's where you have the most support and security. As a man, I would tell you, get a regular job so that you can get on your feet, because as long as you need a place to lay your head and you're relying on people to help feed you, you're going to be in the most vulnerable state that you could
Hold on,
possibly
you said
be
what?
in. I'm sorry?
You just started cutting up again.
No, I was saying to you, the best and most efficient and fastest way to get stable is to just get a job so that you don't depend on someone to give you a place to lay your head, because that puts you in such a vulnerable position that you may very well compromise a lot of things because of those essential needs. If you're hungry and you need somewhere to stay, or you're sleeping in a car and you don't feel safe, that's a recipe for you to be exploited, for you to be taken advantage of. You could have literally got trafficked on that trip out there to do that interview, because that's how easy it is. I'm not putting anything on that lady. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you an example because I lived in LA. That's how I knew when you were talking about Wonderland Avenue. You knew what you were talking about, but you were in West Hollywood, not North Hollywood. But anyway, I've seen that same situation happen. You come out to do an interview. They say, hey, I'm going to hook you up with my homie. He's got contacts. You can network. You go to his place. He's going to put you up for a minute. Next thing you know, he locks the door. You can't get out, like the garage situation. And he say, hey, this is what you getting ready to do. Then what would you do if you can't get out of somewhere? Nobody really knows where you are. And those are recipes for disaster. So you have to be, first and foremost, you have to work on changing your mindset. Victims, early victims of abuse, are usually still surprisingly very trusting of people. I see that in your nature. You can't trust people, even if it's a woman. You don't know that lady. And like you said, as soon as you got out there, you saw that it wasn't what it was supposed to be. Again, now, if that had been a man, or if she'd have got you out there and lured you out there, and whoever picked you up from the airport was a man, and then things could have went left. Just like that. You have to think like that. You have to understand that even though I don't know the full story, I know a little bit of the story, but people who are predators by nature, they can hone in on every weakness you have, just the look in your eyes, your body posture, the way you look around and move when you're navigating. You're new to LA? Come on. They're going to have Maseratis. They're going to have Porsches. You know, these people are going to have things that are going to entice you. And when you're in need, you become the perfect victim. And so you have to put yourself in a position where, if nothing else, you at least have a roof over your head. I don't care if you get a job in a nursing home. I don't care if you get a job at a temp service. As long as you can pay for a place for you to lay your head, you know your kids are secure right now. That's step number one. People are going to sell you a pipe dream when they know you're in need. People who play the lottery are people who are in need. Most people who are financially stable don't play the lottery. And that's just an analogy, because people know that you need help. They know you need housing. They know you need a cell phone. They know you need money. They know you need resources. People are going to try to exploit you. And I would just implore you to think about a person's motives that reach out to help you, you know, because everybody wants to interview you. But how is that benefiting you? It's benefiting everybody that interviews you. Trust me, because that girl, that lady's video went viral. She told you, yeah, you're going to get opportunities from this. That was an exploitation move from the gate. That's the bait to get you to come. Hey, you're going to blow up. This is going to go viral. You're going to get all kind of different opportunities from this. Oh, you model too, girl? Come on out to LA. I got people you see how people can weave a story when they know what you need. Put yourself in a position where you don't need the basic essentials, and try to work on talking to somebody to change your mindset. You have to heal your mind as well as your body and as well as your spirit.
Exactly. Yes, I do. Yep.
And that's all. I don't want to preach to you, but that's all I wanted to say to you.
You ain't saying nothing I didn't need to hear. You told me everything I needed to hear, and some things I already put together for sure, but I needed to hear again to make sure that shit stuck. Thank you.
Hey, Amari, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And forgive me if you already answered this question, or if you
Wait,
addressed it
your,
another
your
way.
phone sounds
Well,
muffled. Can you step away from it? I think you're too close to the mic.
yeah. Is that better?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
Okay. So, Amari, what I was wondering is, what are you hoping to gain or get from, I don't mean gain in a negative way, but what are you hoping to see come out of your taking the time to be interviewed, and the fact that your story is now out there to so many? What are you hoping comes from this?
Honestly, I kind of want it to be almost like a domino effect. Like, don't get me wrong. Above all, like, aside from the interviews, I'm doing things in the background, to better my situation, like working and things like that. But um, I want it to be like a domino effect. I'm hoping that I can continue to raise awareness. And like I said, I've motivated so many moms on the positive side. I've motivated so many people, men and women, even grandparents and stepmoms, and so many people have came forward and said I've motivated them. Some people, they needed mental therapy or just any type of help in general. You know, I've motivated them to come out and say they need help, and so I wanted to make it normal again, because it used to. I remember even just growing up, or just, being a kid, or just being around, I could hear, adults saying, hey, I need help with this. Or I remember hearing people used to ask for help, and they wasn't bashed for it. They wasn't the topic of a conversation. You know, I kind of wanted to go back to that, because these days people are so messed up, and everybody's got on this facade that everybody forgot what it's like to be human, if that makes sense. So I not
No,
only
that
don't
makes
want. Yes, I want it to be normal again for people to know that it's okay to ask for help, and without being ashamed to do it. Not only
sure.
for females to, speak up against their abusers, and not only speaking up on against their abusers. I don't care if it happened 10 years ago, 20 years ago. That's 20
Hmm.
years of trauma that whoever even, held on to, but speaking up could save very well the next person, or anybody who's dealing with somebody who abused somebody else, and
Hmm.
they got kids or something. I'm I'm just trying to do everything I can to make sure people can speak up without feeling ashamed, but as well as people speaking up can help other people or save other people. It could be a domino effect. Like, I don't have to be there to save somebody, but if I can just make it normal again for people to feel okay to speak up, I could save the whole world in some way. But
Yeah, that's a
as well as, doing all that, as well as working on me and my kids.
sure. That's an honorable. That's an honorable want and ask and desire. And are there tangible things that you yourself, for your personal growth and just getting on your feet, are there tangible things that you're hoping to gain or see come out of this?
So, like in the background, I'm kind of doing what I have to do, which, kind of what I was already doing before the whole viralness thing happened, which is, continue my schooling, do what I got to do with this job. And it's just, I didn't know it was so much to go through with getting these licenses, Jesus. But I'm sorry. Just doing everything that I have to do. I
And
don't
the
know.
licenses cost money. You have to you have to have a job to be able to pay for the license. They're not free. So, like, on top of getting like the class, you got to pay for the license on top of that. So you got to like get yourself stabilized. You can't. So you got to at least get stabilized to where if you do go and do an interview, I know you mentioned that you was interviewing, like, you were getting like courted by like a Tasha K, so and so. But Tasha K does not pay for her interviews, right? She makes that clear, right? So you don't want to get put into another situation to where, boom, you're in Florida where she's at, or wherever, Atlanta. I'm not sure where her thing is at. And now you go out there, you don't even have no money on your card, and maybe you missed the flight again. Now you're back in the same situation. Whatever interview you do, you got to make sure that you have enough money to be able to say, okay, if anything goes wrong, I got enough money in my pocket to be able to, like, escape or whatever. You know what I'm saying? If I run
Yep.
into a
And
problem,
don't get me wrong, like, I'm doing what I got to do for, like, the jobs and stuff. And um oh yeah, and actually, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm actually all eyes on me. This is probably like the first comment I've actually paid attention to, and it just happened to be like one of the right ones. So look, so remember I was saying I had that one job in Dublin.
yeah.
So I did actually have that job in Dublin, but the controversy, what he was just talking about, I don't have that job anymore, but I do have the one where I'm just, I'm almost at the end. I'm so close. I just got to get my license, and then I can work on that job. But I did lose that other job because of the controversy, and, just people so-called feeling some type of way, which really don't see why that got shit to do with me, but whatever.
Make sure you
Um,
don't post your job on Facebook if you get it. Don't post it nowhere. Don't say where you're
oh
working at,
yeah,
because
I didn't
clearly
even tell
people are
nobody
looking.
where I was working at. I just said I had a job in Dublin. And I
I
don't know
wouldn't
if
even
it's
say
just,
that. Nope. Nope. Don't even say that. Nope. Because clearly they're watching you, and whatever job you get, they're gonna probably call every goddamn place that is known to man to try to get you fired. So
yeah, which is weird. Like, like, you guys are mad because I want to give my kids a better future, but you guys are gonna do everything to make it
That's what I.
impossible. Like, that is
That's the
like,
point. That's the point I was trying to make. You have to be careful with celebrity and fame. I don't know if you know who Andrew Caldwell is, but
uh-uh.
he was the I'm delivered guy. He said he was delivered from homosexuality. He went viral. He ended up getting a local radio show here. He was a co-host on a radio show here. They
Wait,
canceled
I'm
it.
sorry, not to cut you off. Is that the one dude that was like, I don't like men's no more?
Yes, exactly. Now,
Okay.
in saying that, that's how you know him. That's how everybody knows him. Now, unfortunately, you trying to convey your message, you have other people that have other motives. So you have to, after this, all of this dies down a little bit, because there'll be something else that goes viral next week or the week after, right? And because you don't stay in the headlines forever, you still have to live your real life. Don't let people box you into being the chick that left her 5 kids, because you still have to go back to Ohio. I think you said you're from Ohio, or where, well, we ain't gonna even put that out there, but wherever you're from, you got to deal with your real life. Your family has to deal with that. And you're gonna go on job interviews and people are gonna go, oh, you're the chick that left her 5 kids. That's how people will describe you. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I just want you to understand what people are trying to, they're trying to make something that you are trying to make a positive out of, but that's not necessarily their intentions. And I just want you to understand that, because if you're not viral, they wouldn't talk to you. And you're not viral for anything quote unquote good. And so you have to understand that everybody wants to talk to you is because they have a motivation to do so, because of the negative light that's on you. Nobody's come out and said, hey, this is a terrific young lady. I sat down and talked to her for about an hour before we interviewed. Give her a chance, listen to her story. Nobody said that. And matter of fact, the lady that interviewed, that's why I always say you have to do your research on people. Don't just talk to anybody. Everybody is not worth your conversation. But her baby's father came on her show not too long ago and dragged her about all the bad baby mama behavior that she was engaged in, called her on the carpet. So, you know, those kind of things are what this whole social media space is about. But after all this is over, you still have to live your real life with that attached to you. I wouldn't want to walk around and people just knew me randomly. You know, it's just certain things that hit the internet. And unfortunately, like I said, I'm delivered. I don't like men's no more. That's what people say to him when they walk up to him. And he asked me, Kev, why do people say that to me all the time? I said, because that's what you're known for, unfortunately. And he felt like he was capitalizing off of it. He went on a reality show. And like I said, he was a co-host for a little bit on a local morning show here. But the show's off the air. Now he can't get a regular job because he got a job at the local Macy's in the makeup department. And people, everybody that came in, especially women that are coming to the makeup counter at Macy's, go, oh, Andrew, child, women's. I don't like men's no more. That's what they're saying in Macy's. And the people at Macy's are like, yo, we can't have that. So I'm just saying all that to say, you know, don't let people play with your real life. Whatever you're going through, you know, that's what you have to deal with. And don't make it harder for yourself, because people will try to fool you into thinking that they want to help you. But, you know, it's just take everything with a grain of salt.
And
I
this
would
is
also say, when you are interviewing from now on or speaking about your story, if someone says, well, what's your plans, or what, you know, where are you going to move to? Just be vague. You don't have to lie, but just be vague about it. You know, vague as possible, where they understand what your plans are, but where they don't really know your business at the same time.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the reason for me asking what were you hoping to gain from this overall experience. The reason why I was asking that is to get a feel for if you have a plan for your next, let's say, 3 to 5 steps after this viral moment settles down. Because once it settles down, right, people are going to move on to other things. And just like Kev said, you still have to deal with your real, your real life and your very real situations. So I was just curious as to, for instance, are counseling services something that you are interested in? And are you aware that there are scholarship opportunities for counseling if that's something that you feel like you could benefit from? Kind of wanted to see, okay, now that this moment has happened, beyond the interviews and the viralness, then what happens with Amari from here?
Um, so first, I have been talking to somebody, um, like counseling wise or whatever, because I like necessarily don't have like no mental issues or whatever, but it's a lot to unpack. So I have been talking to somebody, but just like you said, surprisingly, I would have thought everybody would have been moved on. Um, so outside of me still like doing interviews and stuff, just like I said, I'm still working on my 5-year plan. Um, so I'm not necessarily, how can I put it? To answer your question, I've always said I don't really see too much coming from this. Anything that does come will happen on something that I do, like not necessarily anything attached to the viral thing. Um,
Um, I'm
so
sorry, I'm getting old, girl. I don't want to forget. I think what a lot of people is forgetting also, they're forgetting her message, right? And maybe if she do choose to do more interviews, she would do it in more of a base of people listening to the message. It's not just only about somebody gonna have to mute, or maybe me, I don't know. But it's not just only about her. She put herself out there too, so other women can have a voice. This is something that is rapid in communities. Women are tired. It's like she said something that a lot of women wanted to say out loud, right? So make sure at some point in time, as they get into your business, make sure you keep bringing them back to your message. Because if you're already going to be out there and you want to help people, make sure you bring them back. Hey, this is what women go through. A lot of women would like to say this. I mean, to keep making it seem like, okay, you and this what she did with her kids. That's not why you did it. The purpose of you doing this was to relay your message. Like another message would be these fathers are not stepping in when the children and the mother needs them. These fathers are not stepping in. You can't even find these fathers. That is a whole entire conversation. It's like everything that you're bringing forth is a conversation.
Can I build on that a little bit, sure? Um, this would just be a suggestion for me. Okay, as far as interviews, like you can only tell the same story so many times because everybody's going to ask you the same questions. And like Suge said, if you want to get your message out, this would just be my suggestion. Hit that live button on your YouTube page and start a channel, and then you can give the message that you want to put out to women who may be going through the same thing. They can get that from you directly. You understand? Because anybody else, they're going to ask you the same questions and they want that viral moment. If your intention is to help women, start your own channel, talk directly to women. I think that would be more impactful because they're not getting the message from your interviews. They're getting the drama, they're getting the tea, they're getting all of that. And my last suggestion would be whatever moves you make, besides again, whatever message you trying to put out to women, move in silence. The internet don't want to see you win. I guarantee you, if you ever try to go back to court to regain custody of your kids once you got yourself together, if that was your desire, they would use those little clips like, oh yeah, why I ain't abort the MF, or yeah, we got high before the interview. They use those things against you. That's why I said it's almost, it's almost as worse as the people who abused you. These people are doing it in a different way, and just be aware of that, because you don't need anybody to get your message out. We all have that same button on when we go on YouTube. We can go live, we can get our message out, we can talk directly to people who are trying to hear us, and if they want to see your message in it, that's how you'll know who's truly interested in you. they'll come to your channel if they want to hear what you got to say. But yeah, they'll go to some other big channel because it's a viral moment because again, they got the infamous girl, that did X, Y, and Z. But that's it.
Yeah, but I think again, her story is worth telling, and you know, it's just to keep beating her down. But why do you do this? Why? Like they're forgetting the message, and a lot of women, I don't know what color you are, they felt what she was saying. They felt what she was going through. And some women, like the other lady who drove her kids into the water, right? People like that need to hear her. A lot of people is missing the biggest point. Yes, she needs help, but also that'll make other women step up and go get the help that they need. And we got to start putting some flame fire to these men out here. Anytime somebody has to, if I'm viral because of I'm a single mother and I'm at my wits, we need to start putting some fire to these men. Like, how do you hear? How do you hear? I need you. Your kids need you. Oh, I'm having 2 other babies, or, well, I don't. I mean,
You know
it's
why it's easy? It's easy for men to get out of it because as soon as they hear, listen, this is how people are. This is us, black people who claim we love each other and blah, blah, blah. As soon as they hear some chick, she ain't but 27 years old, laid up and had 5 kids, that takes the responsibility off the man because he gonna say, man, I tried to get my kid, man. You see, this chick don't care. She just keep having babies and blah, blah, blah. I don't know where she at. She keep that. This is how our community is set up. I just want you to be aware that all of them questions that they asked you, if you ever think one time when you're doing an interview, say, hey, have you ever thought about interviewing? Because this is went viral. So obviously the fathers of my children have seen this also. You ever wonder why none of them have stepped forward to give an interview or give their side of the story? Because we're set up to blame you. You got 5 kids. They ain't gonna even ask what the father's doing because they've already cast a negative light on you. You set up, had 5 kids, you 27 years old, blah, 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 blah. That's the narrative. That's how they're going to push it. So the men, they have absolutely no responsibility whatsoever.
Yeah, but these are the things being that is brought to light. We
You
have
want to
to
know
stop.
something?
We have to stop this as a community. Go ahead, baby.
So, no, not to cut you guys off. So, you know how and I've been very blatant. The dads have not reached out to me or anything like that, but I'm hearing. You know how I told you when one of my friends had called me and they was like, "Hey, I just ran into your baby daddy," but he at the store telling people, "Hey, you know my baby mom Lex? You know she viral right now." Da 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 da. And I'm like, "Well, damn, that's crazy." So I
Exactly.
called him. I'm like, "Shit, maybe maybe he'll probably want to probably fucking help." So I just wanted to see what his mind was. Where his mind was at. So I called him and I said, "Hey, um, you trying to see the girls? You trying to watch the girls?" This man proceeded to tell me, "Well, what do you need me to help for? What do you need me to help you for? Didn't you just get famous? Didn't you just get rich? Didn't you just get $6,000?" And I'm like, "Well, where the fuck did I get $6,000 from?" So I was like, "Okay, you're talking about once again," and I've literally said this in all my interviews. Every time I call him, he talks about stuff that has nothing to do with what I called him for. That's why I don't call him. So I was like, okay, so I take it you're still on your shit. All right, I just wanted to see if you was gonna just try to step up or whatever because hold on. Not to mention he did not say he was gonna help, that he wanted to step up, nothing. But guess what he did proceed to tell me? He was like, "Thanks to you, I got an interview with No Jumper. They want to talk to me so I could show them my receipts." And I'm like, and I wasn't even trying to be funny.
Wow.
For one, it was like, and okay, no, don't get me wrong. I'm humble because I always tell everybody I'm not famous. No, I have not made no money. I mean, I've got a couple donations and shit, but like everybody thinks I'm famous, and no, nothing like that is happening. I'm still a regular ass girl. So, um, but and I wasn't even trying to be funny, but I had to humble him real quick. So I was like, for one, No Jumper sure the fuck is not about to interview you Because what are they going to be interviewing you about? So I was like, what? They want to show your receipts on how you just don't help, you pay with your kids, and you don't help with them so much that your baby mama just had to go give them. Well, what receipts do you have? So I was like, okay, and I was like, for one, you know what? If No Jumper interviews you, I really don't give a fuck. It ain't got shit to do with me. You still ain't answered the damn question. And it's a little weird they would interview you before they interviewed me. But no, I don't care about the interviews. It's not about that. But why would you say that? And I called you about your daughters. You talking to me about No Jumper. I don't give a no Skippy. I don't give a damn shit.
But you see what's going on. See, now your story's old because they've heard it on 10 different platforms, right? So now what's the next money play? The manosphere is out there. They ready to pounce now. Let's go find the fathers. They're going to find them. They're going to dig them up. You don't come from a big town. They're going to find them. And the ones that they find, they probably will throw a little bread at them to get them to come on, because guess what they're going to do? They're going to go viral talking about you, whether they're telling the truth or not. This is what
Exactly.
this is what all of this is. So just understand that, and because this thing is a beast. You know, people have crashed out behind, you know, being ridiculed on social media, being the butt of jokes, being a meme, being, you know, going viral for something negative. And then here you are, like you said, your baby daddy don't even rap and he's getting on No Jumper. That's the level of exploitation. It's deep. This runs. People will try to, and I'm telling you too, watch your kids, because somebody will try to get a photo of your children. They will try to, you know,
Man,
these people play dirty.
you just took it right out my mouth. Because after he started talking about No Jumper, I'm like, listen, if you have an interview, I said interview, Jesus. I said, if you have an I just need to know if you willing to now step up and do for your daughters. So he's like, he was like, you know what? Yeah, I'll take them. And I was like, when I tell you the way he said it, I just hung up the phone because I know, for one, you're lying. Two, what you're gonna do is you're gonna try to get my daughters. Mind you, I still have, like, my daughters are downstairs. I can go and put them up to the phone and y'all can hear them talk. So I got my kids. But anyway, I can go down there. Um, and like, let's say he did come, I can go down there, give him. He's gonna get on social media, try to take pictures, knowing damn well he only got them for a couple hours.
Acting
Exactly.
like father of the year.
Exactly.
Yep, acted as if he was really getting them or something. Try to post them on Facebook and da 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 da, and then try to get money for doing visitation with him when he ain't been here in the
Exactly.
last 3 years.
I
And I
was
was
just
like,
getting ready to
that's
say
why.
that's a big donate. If any of your baby fathers post a picture or video with their kids right now, do you know the donations are going to roll in? Because the story is going to be, man, I had to track her down, find her. She was in the dope house. I had to snatch my daughters. I ain't even take no clothes with me. I had to get them up out of there because I'm gonna step up. Yada yada yada. You see how
and,
nasty
and,
it
and
is?
that's exactly why, I'm not even gonna go that route with him, because knowing damn well, before you would walk the house with my daughters, I'm gonna make sure I'm filming it. Here goes their diapers, their wipes, everything they need. And then, shit, you know what? Go right ahead and get them donations rolling in, because I'm taking your ass right to court, because they gonna give me all that, because all the shit you have not done for these little girls.
Now that's
And
what I'm talking about. When people was asking you about what's your next step, first and foremost on your agenda, and it's just my opinion, please don't think I'm trying to tell you what to do. If you are not receiving financial support, court ordered financial support, you need to have child support orders in. Period. That will.
we do have child support orders in. They don't
Okay.
pay it. And even now that I've gone viral, they really for sure have stopped paying because they think I don't got the kids. But I'm just like, until y'all can go to court and say and share something that says I don't have the kids, y'all need to start paying, because still, that is why I'm in the situation I'm in now. And yes, I don't have my kids, but I still, like, the little bit of donations I did get, that went straight to my kids. When I
But
got
let
my
me.
food stamps for this month, the 1,300, that went to my kids. What do I need $1,300 for? I ain't got no kids with me.
Well, this is how
So,
child support works, though.
someone has an echo, right? I'm not sure if it's you, King Kev. I know you be
That
having.
sounds like me. Oh,
Yeah,
that is
because
me.
I'm muted.
And hold on, Mimi is here. Mimi, hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. And DJ Jenna, since I watch you all the time through the Jaguar stuff, But it's beyond that. I just want to say, like, I watch so much with people out here in Detroit. Like, you can help them get to a better place, but there's no help. So for this girl, this woman, not a girl, this woman to help herself to try to, you know what I mean? Like, okay, before you call the HRS on me or the DSS, here is DSS in Florida, it's HRS. So before you call them on me, I'm gonna call them on myself to get my own help. And I seen that with like a lot of addicts here, because I work with a lot of people to try to help them in them situations, even myself, because I'm a full blown beer drinker. I love to drink my beer. I don't know how to live without beer. I will not touch like far as like liquor at all. Don't smoke no weed. Don't do no drug. No nothing. But they don't help you. They say call 211. Call 211. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. They say, oh, well, there's no this for you or there's no that for you. Oh, what do you want, inpatient or outpatient? Da, da, da. And you can sit there all day and go round and round in circles. So I just think that people just need to realize and respect this woman for stepping up and let the fathers realize what you're doing without the children, because she wants her baby fathers involved and they're not giving her, you know what I mean? She wants them involved. But at the same time, it's like nobody's stepping up. My mother, personally, 8 kids, one baby father. My dad committed suicide in Michigan, and it was hell for us as children because as
I'm sorry
children,
to
my
hear that,
mom
Doc.
was,
I'm sorry you went through that.
but my mom was always traumatized, so I always forgave my mom. But one thing about a mother's love is it's a mother's love, man. You gonna forgive your mother no matter what she do. But my mother never smoked a cigarette, never drank a beer, no nothing. I get this beer drinking stuff from my father. So when they say stuff is inherited, that's the truth. It's inherited, and I get that from my father. But I never did no drugs or never. I'm not even a weed smoker, nothing like that. But my mom lost my mom lost three of her kids. My father committed suicide, and there's 5 kids living. She's stuck here taking care of us. We went through the system. My mom was like, just take the kids at one point. Like, if you feel I can't raise my kids, just take them. So they reached out to our family in Florida or whatever, whatever. Nobody stepped up. So we start going to different church homes in like the Michigan area at this time. So next thing you know, they give us back or whatever. Mommy doing the best she can. Next thing you know, our house catch on fire due to my oldest brother at the time. So now they back in our business. But my mom was like, take my children. If this is what you want, I'm not hiding my kids from you. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you one thing about that system. You don't learn nothing in the system. You learn how to be criminals. You learn how to hide yourself and your body from rape. Because I've been, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to use that word. I apologize. But the R word, I mean, I'm just telling you, it's so hard. So, more on me coming up here. I just really want to commend this woman because she did the right thing, but she's one to show that the system is no help. The system is no help. Not when you ask for the help, but they want to help to a certain point and put you through all these classes, da da da, at end of the point. But like my mom was just like her. My mom was going to school. My mom was educated. My mom put us in a private school, a Baptist school. We was going to Baptist school, and my mom was the housekeeper to pay for the school and all that. But I'm telling you, man, like I just really commend this woman, and I'm so sorry that she's going through this, and I'm just so glad that you know what, because my mom kind of went through this kind of situation, and it's kind of like relates to me in a lot of ways.
Man, thank you, Mimi, for your story, man. I'm sorry that you went through everything that you've been through. And you're right. She's from the Midwest. The Midwest is a very racist
Me
area.
too. Me
Um,
too. But I moved to
a lot of
Florida
the
though.
a lot of the services are really like they really like will give it to the white people, but then they'll like kind of take their time on the black people. So, and then, it's just a matter of like, having
It's just
a
no
lot of
homo all the way
racism
around the board.
even
I
in
don't
the
even.
Midwest.
It's not. It's not, to me, Genesis. No, not to cut you off, sweetie. I don't even think it's about race. You got so many black kids and so many white kids and so many Espanol, Mexican. Well, Miss West. You know what I mean. And then you got so many kids um out here in the world trying to live. But at the end of the day, it's not really about race. They don't care about the kids at all. How many white kids are what grew up African American? Me myself, I'm Sicilian. I'm a whole nother from a whole nother tribe. And I grew up with black people all my life. It was only two white kids when I went to school. Two. And I learned. You can't even tell my race on this phone because I was raised by black people all my life. My
Mimi, I
mama
was
could.
about to say you sound like a black person.
Yes, baby, I'm not black.
Yep.
I'm Sicilian. I'm Sicilian because I was raised by that. And I had a woman beat me in my backside. And I'm grateful for that. Thelma Lewis. Thelma Lewis, 1417 Cornelia Street, where I grew up in the ghetto. She used to beat me across the. Don't you play about that. You better get that schoolhouse. You better get that schoolhouse. I grew up a whole nother way. So it's not about what you raised. I ain't never slept with a white man in my life. But I'm a Sicilian woman. And both of my parents Sicilian. Out of the state of Detroit. I moved to Florida and I took myself away from this hellhole because it's broke down in Michigan. There's nothing here. What's here? There's nothing here. Chicago, there's nothing there. Indiana, nothing there. It's not about the race. It's about the community that you bring up in and whatever it is or whatever it is. I can go live in Florida. I can go live in this town, but no matter what it is, every town gonna have their ghetto. And they're gonna have their situations. But it's just how you choose to live within you and what you stand up for. Like me, man, I just, I stopped saving people and I started saving animals. I'd rather live with an animal than I live with people. I'd rather be around animals, be with people any day of my life.
Amen. Me too.
I just can't deal with
You ain't
people
by
that got so
yourself.
many personalities. You know what I mean? I can't deal with that, this, and drugs. I don't understand because I'm an 80s baby. I was born in 81. And so I knew what drugs did to me. So that Kensington stuff that they got going on in Kensington, it's a lot of them people that grew up in them 80s, like me, like you, like everybody else. That was a no-no. You knew your mama smoked crack rock, your mama smoked. You didn't want to go through that. So you stayed away from that. So why would you put yourself in that situation? That's why I kill myself sometimes when I drink this beer. But sometimes I'd be like, you know what? I'm just drinking beer. I'm not driving my car. I'm not doing nothing. I'm just enjoying myself at home. You know what I mean? I get out there and I feed the cows and the animals and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? I'd rather take care of the animals than I deal with people. Sometimes you see little people on the street and they ask you for, you know, with the little signs and stuff. So I give them a couple, whatever I got, a little change. I ain't giving nothing much more. I got the animals to feed. So I'm just saying, man, I understand this female story, this beautiful woman's story, because of my mom raised five kids, lost three kids in one day, and one of them old ass refrigerator. Excuse me for cussing. I don't know if I can cuss. And one of them old refrigerators. You remember the refrigerators that used to lock? So
Hmm.
my mother lost three children, Jimmy, Shannon, and Kelly. And my mom ain't been the right since. And then my dad messed around and committed suicide. Then my grandma, oh God, I miss mama. But she passed away, and then we went from home to home to home to home. But one thing about it, mommy not the same to this day. She think it's like everybody's stealing the stuff or everybody's something da da da. So one thing I can say, mental health is real, and that's why I
Hmm.
just try to keep myself around. Like a part of me just want to run from my mom. Like, I can't deal with that, mom. You acting crazy and you doing this. I can't deal with that. Ain't nobody taking nothing from you. You ain't got my mama wear 14 pair of pants and about 15 shirts. And I keep telling her, mom, ain't nobody taking nothing from you. And it's hard for me as a child. And my sister ran. My other brother ran. My other brother ran. I got my oldest brother and me still trying to deal with mommy.
Mm.
But I'm on the verge of like letting her just go. But at the end of the day, she's 69. What the hell am
Right.
I supposed to do? And then you got the people, you call the people all day and say, oh, she needs to go into a place. I done called the police on my mom many times, trying to tell them like she just need mental help, man. She need to go back to the hospital. Well, no, they can't commit her if she doesn't do it on her own. I say, well, I want to file a petition against her to put her in there so she can go and get the help that she's gonna get. They say, well, no, ma'am, that's not easy. You can't just do it like that. She
And
just
I think that's what exactly what Amora went through. She
she's
went through the
not
same
doing
thing.
no crime. She's not committing any crime. She's not committing any crime out here. My mom doesn't have a record, but they're not helping you. That's one thing, they're not helping you.
Yeah.
So that's all I want to say. It's just hard, man. It's just no matter where you come from, it's not about race, it's not about color, it's not nothing. Man, the
The
beautiful
system is meant to
children
help
and
people fail.
like a lot of my family is more biracial. Where a lot of it's biracial, like a lot of mixed children in my family and everything. And let me tell you, I raised 5 kids, 2 nieces, and I'm blessed. And I'm gonna tell you to this day, I don't have no children. And you know why I don't have no children? Because of the community and what it is. And I just choose to be. After I got out of my marriage of 10 years, I said, you know what? I'm gonna take care of dogs forever and ever and ever and ever. Dogs, cats, animals, cows. I'd rather deal with the animals than deal with people. I checked out.
Right.
And the only thing that keep me holding on is my mother.
Shay. So Mimi,
That's
I
one
mean, I
thing.
thank you, man. Man, you giving. I really wanted to like just tell Amora. See, if ever you didn't feel like your message was not getting to people,
It was.
this is example right here of a person
It
that
was.
your message is getting going out to. Like even regardless of even how messed up that people are trying to do you, interviewing you, trying to like make
But
you
it's just
put you on
that's
the
so
spot.
sad that they criticize her when she's asking for help. It's not like,
Yeah.
everybody makes a little funny thing on YouTube. I'm gonna call HRS on you. I'm gonna call DSS on you. Da da da. She said I'm gonna call them on myself.
Hmm.
It's not funny no more.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's the fucking, excuse my French, but that's the point. She did it on herself to help herself, to better herself, to do what she needs to do for her children. She said, you know what? I'm failing as a mother within something she believed in, not for something somebody told her. She believed in that stuff. So let her live her life and let her, like she said, her children are in placement to where they are. She has not lost custody. People need to stop discrediting that like she lost play. And the same vice versa when my mama lost all 5 of us. She didn't lose all 5 of us. We was in placement in the country in Mount Morris, Michigan. She came to see us every weekend, every 2 weeks if it could be, but most of the time it was 3 times a week.
So, there was
Mm.
never any proof of the fact that you're getting through to people, Amora, Lex. This is,
Yeah.
you understand?
I
And
still believe in you,
it's
girl.
crazy to see like I knew I wasn't the only one, and it's like I feel like the more people that
Uh-uh.
come forward, that these agencies, these government assistants, like they can, because some of this stuff that they be having people do, some of these hoops they be having people jump through, really don't make no damn sense. You have people writing these laws for us who ain't never struggled a day in their life. How would they
Uh-uh.
know?
Mm.
It
Amora,
just don't make no sense.
I was
My
Wow.
gonna
mom was
Mhm.
say
born in
too, when you
1962,
go to the
Amora.
system for
My
help,
mom was born in 19.
oh, I don't know. Oh,
No, King, what were you saying? I'm sorry, Mimi. We're just like taking turns.
No, I was gonna say when you go to the system for help, that's the wrong place to go. The system is there to punish you when you mess up. So you can't go to the system and say, "I'm overwhelmed. Help me with my kids." They're there to take your kids out of your custody when you are neglectful or somebody makes a report and it's substantiated. So I think we're under the misconception that the system is designed as a safety net for us. It's just the opposite. Is only going to punish you for not doing what you're supposed to do. They don't care if you're overwhelmed. They're going to tell you stop having kids or have kids with responsible men that are going to help you, because that's not our responsibility to help you. Our responsibility is to make sure that those kids are safe. And if you're doing something or you're living in a way that is not a safe and healthy environment for those kids, we are here to punish you for those things. So the system is not there to help you. So I wouldn't look for too many resources in that aspect.
And another thing I would say is that, just like the police, right? You know that you don't. The police ask you questions. You're not supposed to answer questions. Why? Because the first thing they give you is your Miranda rights, and the first thing they tell you is everything that you say can and will be used against you. So you're not supposed to talk to police. So the last thing you want to do is call the police and tell them that I'm not doing this and I'm doing that, blah blah blah, because they're not set in place to help you. They're really set. They said they're protect and serve, but the actual Miranda itself tell you that whatever you tell this officer will and can be used against you.
But
So
see, this is how new laws are created, though, right? We could talk about how things are not set up, but new laws are proposed every single day. That this is how we find other mothers who's going through this, and this is how new laws are set up, right? Because just like Mimi said, and I said that from the beginning, this goes for every single mother who's going through something that has no color to it. I said that earlier. This is how you propose new laws, get new legislators. Like what do women do? We have to set up some laws. Like when the same way they set the law up, like if you don't want your child, you can leave it at a church, or you can leave it. Okay, nothing will happen to you. Okay, now what about the ones who don't want to leave their kids? They can say 50 million times all they want. Um, well, stop having baby. Well, the babies are here now, so you can't say stop. They're here, right? What do we do as a people?
Yeah, and that's really what I always been told. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. What about now? Is I be, and that's why, like, I don't know, but I be like I told. Well, I don't think not the last one, but the last interview I did before the last one. I told her, I said shoulda, woulda, coulda. They here now. We trying to pick through my past. What can we do now? And I was telling her, I said everybody's trying to go through pick through my past, but yet nobody's offered a solution. I've only seen resources, which I've called out to some of those resources, and still nothing.
Well, you make sure that when they ask you about your kids, just remind them all my kids are a blessing. They are a blessing, right? Let them
Yeah.
know they are a blessing, and make sure you call them your blessings, because I don't know what it was with that last, and it just keeps sticking with me. Why does she keep going in on the twins, right? Like she said, the other kid, but you kept the twins. Oh yeah, and I just wanted to say too, it is not unusual. I know women who went through them type of pregnancies, right? The same pregnancy you went through, right? It is not uncommon. I don't know the exact name for it, but there is a name for it when the baby is not in the sack. I know numerous of women when they figuring they're not pregnant, but then they go by the numbers in your blood, right? But well, hey, we these hormone levels is up, but we can't find the baby, and then they keep sending you back. Some women end up they end up miscarrying, and then some women luckily have the baby. Well, more. This is why I say them twins are a blessing, because more than less they end up having a miscarriage. So them twins were definitely meant to be here, because a lot of women who told that story, their babies are not here. but it is definitely a term for when
Yeah, I
I.
think because when it happened to me, I think they called it a cryptic pregnancy.
But I know a lot of women who go through that and they sit up there and all they see is a set. But there is, and they'll tell you to come back next week. We'll see the numbers go up, or we'll see the numbers go down. We'll see the numbers go up. So that part is absolutely true. That is not made up. I just wanted to get that straight. People probably hearing people probably hearing it and who never heard of it before. I couldn't find the baby. Nah, that is true.
Me personally, I'm just more so surprised because I'm not that big. So it was like for two of them to be hiding like that, like
Mhm.
where, where could they
We
have
don't
gone?
know where they.
My mama
Nobody know
tried.
where they be at, but they just wasn't there. But
But they was hiding because they didn't want to be aborted. Bottom line, so they was like, no, no, no.
but
She going
Can
they
I
was
also
hiding in your
no,
womb.
but the flip thing to that is the babies
I
were
mean, I'm
meant
sorry, I'm
to
silly.
be here because a lot of people who go through that, they end up the baby end up um the baby's not alive in their stomach. So wherever it hit at, the baby's not alive. Only some make it. So them twins are a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
can I ask a question? Can I go back a little bit? I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see all the interviews, but Amora, was your father in your life growing up?
Not really, no. So my dad was shot 3 times in his head and twice in his chest, so he wasn't always really there, like mentally.
Okay.
And then he also just wasn't there. I'd probably see him like once every couple years. Like, I think the longest I've ever seen my dad is when I was like maybe one or two, and I think we lived with him for a couple months. And his girlfriend, who at that time who is now my stepmom, or I still call her my stepmom. They've been split up for like over 20 years now, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Um. Okay. And the next question: do you have any sort of relationship with the families of any of your children, like their father's side of the families? I know
Um,
that I know with the one situation with the grandmother who came on, so we can skip her, obviously. But are any of the other family members, grandparents, cousins, uncles, or do you have any kind of relationship with any of the family of the other fathers besides the mother that we saw, the deceased?
um,
Yeah,
no, I don't. I mean, every now and then, the brother on the grandma's side, the one who's been saying I killed her son and shit,
yeah,
the
yeah. We don't
brother
have
on
to talk
that
about
side, he'll hit me up every now and then. Like, I didn't hear anything from him this year until I went viral, and I think he reached out to me the year prior, like 2 years ago, asking how my son was doing. Um, and then as far as anybody else, I don't have contact with nobody. And
But
none
then
of
don't
them.
the
but
twins.
don't forget
Wow.
the first two babies were by
Yeah,
baby.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't want to get too much in detail, but
Right. So she
I don't
wouldn't have
Yeah, I
I don't
right.
don't talk
include
to.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't.
I don't
And one
include the older children, but I didn't want to say it like that. But I know the circumstances, so not asking about them. I know that your son's father is passed away, and I was thinking about the twins' father. So I was just wondering if there were any relationships, maybe just because sometimes even when in those situations, and I know possibly, sometimes the family will say, "Hey, I know my brother did wrong, but hey, I know this is his child, and I still want to be in that life." So that's very
Yeah, no.
unfortunate, though, that you have five children and don't have a relationship with not only the fathers, but not even anybody in their family.
Yeah,
Um,
I've tried. Like as far as like the other ones, like I've tried to put my differences aside and try to forget and forgive about everything, and literally just really try to turn over that new leaf. When I did that, they literally took off of my kids. Like they literally kidnapped my kids. Um, And then as far as like on the twins, like on their dad, I don't talk to nobody. But I want to say, I believe last year I had just talked to the aunt for the first time, and then I spoke to her, um, maybe a month or no, yeah, probably about a month or a couple weeks prior to me going up to children's services, and she was saying, well, last year I reached out because I needed help with somebody watching them, because they were in 3 different type of therapies a week and shit like that. I was trying. She said she would watch them, and then something happened where she didn't watch them. So that was the only time I talked to her last year, and then this year, I reached out to her to see if she could try to reach out to the dad to see if she could try to get him to step up or whatever. And the last thing I talked to her, or the last thing from that conversation is he pretty much told her to stop calling him. He dealt with the kids, and then he blocked her. And I haven't talked to her since.
I was going to tell you one more thing too before I forgot. If you have child support cases on them, even if they're not paying, what's going to happen is you'll have a good address on them. You'll have at least a current address on them. Also, I don't know how it is in your state. I know where I'm at. I am in the state of Missouri. If you're more than 3 months or $1,000, whichever one's first, they will lock you up. And
You want to know something?
since they're not paying or helping anyway, maybe that would be a little motivation. And I'm not saying that because I'm a hater or all these things Black people try to say. We need to, if men won't step up and be responsible for their children, you can't let them slide either and say, oh, well, they ain't doing nothing. You have a responsibility to those children, and you have to force them to take care of their children, however that is that you have to do that. And I'm not
And you
attacking
know
you.
something crazy?
I'm just telling you, if all men had baby mamas that said, well, you know what, I can't find him, I called him, he don't want to be involved, and they just left it alone, most dudes would love that. But that's why men get off so easy. Force the issue, because you'll have an address on them, and if they don't pay, if they don't get a job, because they give you a limited amount of time, that, oh, well, I don't have a job. Well, you got 30 days to get a job and submit a pay stub to this court. If not, you're going to jail for 5 years. Why not? They're not helping anyway. And we need to it's more than one way to get to where you're trying to go, is what I'm saying to you. And so just think about all your options, because the thing that I'm concerned about is you've been through so much. Not only been through so much, you're still going through it, and you're going to go through it in the near future. But you can't, and I don't want to say it and try to sound that way, but it's almost impossible for you to help your kids until you get all the proper help that you need, because you need a lot of help. And I'm not just talking about financially or housing or any of that. You need real help so that you can go down, so that you're in a position where nobody decides what your fate is. You have that in your own control. And that's it. I like I said, I don't want to ramble on and on because everybody want to talk, but I just wanted to say that before I forgot.
No, yeah, you're fine. And no, as far as like the dads, so the one for the oldest two, the state did make, they opened up a case on him, and they did, pretty much like, well, you done did this bullshit, you at least about to pay for him or whatever. So we've had a child support case open since he's 11 now, since 1 and 2, since my oldest boy's been 1 and 2. He is actually about $30,000 behind. The only thing they keep doing every time I try to go and get enforcement, child support enforced, they just take away his driver's license. He pays like maybe whatever he pays to get it reinstated. So
yeah, like send the state $250 and they give his license back. Yeah, that ain't stopping him, because if he ain't working or doing nothing productive anyway, he don't care about having a driver's license. See, here they'll lock you up. They started the driver's license thing, but when they saw that wasn't getting them to pay, they was like, "Oh, you ain't doing nothing anyway. You just hustling. You ain't worried about it. You gonna drive anyway without no license."
Yeah. They filed contempt of court, and I already told her, like, because I told the caseworker, I've been trying to get a hold of you since the case opened. This is my first time talking to you. And I pretty much told her, I said, I want to talk to you, I want to talk to your supervisor, and I want to talk to your your supervisor, and then I need to take y'all to court as well, because y'all been neglecting my case since it opened. So now they're trying to file a felony contempt of a court order on the first one, and then the other one just a contempt of a court order, because they filed it earlier this year, because he just started paying this like earlier this year, and I'm not going to make it seem like it's consistent. It's every now and then. So he just started paying because he thought he was about to go to jail. So now that, he's not going to jail or whatever, he ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, you got to, like I said, you got to force the hand, because the state is not going to help you. They're not going to push the issue. They'll have them, right now they cut back on caseworkers. You know how you used to go into the welfare office and talk to your caseworker about your food stamps or whatever. They don't even have workers anymore. All of it is virtual, because what they really figured out and realized that it's a revenue stream for them. They don't care. It's a file a mile high sitting on people's desks of back child support cases. But when you actually call, that's what activates everything. And I'm telling you, I know most states, especially Michigan, Missouri, there's
No,
several
not
states that are
Michigan.
very,
Michigan, you
very,
can go into the court system in Michigan. You can say, I don't have no job, I don't have nothing, and I want to pay $5. And you can pay $5. Your little
I
league
know
child
them
support
stories
is
too.
$3,
yeah,
$5.
But
that's
let
true.
me
That's
Yep.
all
let
you
me
have
And
to pay
that's
is
exactly what they'll be
$5.
like.
let me just
They'll
add on to what Kevin is saying. Now, is this the same? The last one is the same one as having two more kids, correct?
You said what?
The last one is the one that's having two more kids, correct?
Yeah.
You better get yours before they get theirs, because the most money go for whoever files first. And if he's not
Right.
going to take care of yours, he might not take care of theirs. And if they beat you to the punch, you're going to get less money.
Oh yeah.
Do
Well, luckily for me, his child support case has been almost open for two. Well, it'll be almost 3 years because, well, no, almost 2 years because I didn't file until my daughter's was a year old. I tried to give him a year to get his shit together, so I filed after a year. They'll be 3 this year.
well, you stay on top of that, because them two new mouths are coming, and even though the judge is not going to care about that, he's going to try to sit up there and say, "Well, I got two more kids." The judge don't care about that. That's They only
But
care
you know,
about the case
you had some
that's
kids
in
you wasn't
front of them.
taking care of before you went and had two more.
The judge ain't gonna care about that. They only gonna care about the case that's right in front of them. Right? That'll be up to their mamas to go handle. She's not worried about that. But if if they go through before you, and if you don't make sure that they get on top of it, and them other girls beat you to the punch, then that will make you have less money.
I know in the Midwest, like, say if
Yeah.
your kids go, like, they got to pay child support to 18 years old, but say your kids choose to go to college, right? After 18 years old, once they're 18. So they got to pay child support till 21 years old.
When New York was 25.
Michigan is 21.
In New York was 25 if your child stay at college. Yeah.
And I will say this too, they also passed a
So
law
Bree football
nationwide
teams come together
in
and do it.
2018. Even up to 25, they have to keep them on their insurance. But if your child's father owes back child support, you still can get child support for another additional 10 years because it will move into the civil court, and the civil court will issue a garnishment on their wages to pay back a portion of the arrears. That's a
Mm.
law now. So
Oh yep.
just put that out there.
Yeah, because the state as far as like garnishing wages and stuff, the state as far as the first baby dad, the one from Grape or whatever, they I don't know what it's called, but I think it offset they offset his taxes. So what he did is not even file taxes. So he's not even filing taxes. So he's literally trying so hard not to do anything for them. Not only is he literally making himself, because they're already trying to file a felony on him because it's literally almost 11 years and you're still paying. I got $50 last month, $25 2 months prior, and then nothing for the last couple years. So they're like, you really ain't even trying at this point. And then they're like, and I have so many messages where they're saying, oh, well, he promised to pay this, this, and that. And he's not even keeping up on his own promise that he called in and said he was going to do. So it's like, okay, well, obviously, I was just like, okay, you guys keep, you know, letting him slide. And he going to keep trying to do everything he can to slide. You know, like I said, he making himself a felon. And he's just putting himself deeper in the hole because now you're not filing taxes. So now the IRS is on your ass. And it's like, y'all hate me so much. Mind you, I obviously have a clear reason to hate the first one. And obviously I have a clear reason not to dislike the last one. But I'm not sitting here doing all this extra shit. You see, I can still take care of my kids whether I like them or not. So why the fuck they can't do the same? As far as the first one, I don't even want him around. But shit, you could pay your child support shit or send some toys or something in the mail for him and keep the receipt.
Do you get Social Security for your babies, the one that father that passed? So the
No,
government
so
even helping you in that way?
I tried to so I didn't file.
I started to like start the process or whatever. Like I went up there, grabbed the application, did the appointment, and it was like, okay, well, his mom has to sign off on it, and
No,
his mom already
no.
made it very his mom already made it very clear on Facebook that when he around the time that he died, like I'm pretty sure the post is still up there. She was like, made sure that he wasn't signing off on nothing, so my son wouldn't get survivor's benefits. But she did say that she would sign off on the other baby mama's survivor's benefits when they once they got the DNA test results.
Wow, because I know when my father committed suicide, my mom was getting money from us from my father or whatnot. And then my mom, like, she lost the three kids prior to us or whatnot. But my mom was mean. When I tell you that woman was mean, it was a whole another type of person. That's why I commend you for what you're doing. Because my mom, she was like, "You're not Jimmy and Shannon Kelly. You're not Jimmy, Shannon Kelly." It was like my mom went through a breakthrough, you know what I mean? But she was getting like, I think it was like 120 something thousand, $128 or something. Like, this was back in the 90s though, because I'm an 81 baby, so this had to be in the 90s. Like, and we was living in Detroit at the time, so yeah. But you should be able to get that regardless of the thing. I think it was like $127 she was getting for five living children or whatever. But yeah, you should be able to at least get, which it ain't much money. And then, when my dad, as far as child support, it was like $5, $3 if he wasn't working and he went to the court and you told him he wasn't working. It was like $5. My mom gave up, and my mom didn't even get food stamps no more. My mom started working for the people in like the churches and stuff. So, man, I'm sorry, man. This is sad. And people that put you down, Lex, is wrong. They're wrong because everybody goes through a issue in life,
You
and
can I can barely hear Mimi. I don't know if it's everybody or just me, but I can barely hear her.
Okay, no, I thought it was just me. It's the same.
No,
I'm
we
sorry.
can
Can
all
you hear
barely
me
hear her.
now? Can you hear
No,
me
what I
now?
think it is, a lot of people is not used to somebody coming up there and being completely unapologetically open and honest about real life. I haven't gone up there and put on a facade about nothing. I went up there and genuinely went and said everything truthful from my past down to my future up until now.
Yeah, yeah. I was just saying that, like, my mom, when she went through that, she got the Social Security or whatever it was. It was like $127 at the time. But my dad, when he was living, he didn't pay nothing but $5 a month for five living kids.
Somebody's
And my
talking and we can't hear nothing. Or is it just me?
I think that's Mimi talking, but we can't. That's
We
why I
can,
was saying,
right, we can,
yeah.
right. We can't hear nothing. Tell her to come back in. Tell her to click the link and come back in.
Yeah, she's too far from her phone, so she can't really hear her. But she really feels like very heartfelt about what's going on, and she's talking about her own family and what they've been going through, and how and it really. I'm glad that Maura's been able to touch people like Mimi. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh man, this
Oh yeah. I
going.
forgot to send you that screenshot too. I'm so sorry. I just now thought about that. 1 second.
Yeah, please send me that because I want to show an example of what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? Because we can like talk about, oh well, you have this girl sitting up here with dead eyes talking about some. So why didn't you talk to the father? Like, bro, like, what the
Her
fuck,
new name is Shroom City.
bro?
So let me get this straight. She got you high first, and then she kept getting high vaping while she was interviewing you.
Yeah. Throughout
Okay.
the interview, she backed
Oh,
up
Yes, she
perfect.
was on shrooms and she was vaping, so her speech was just slow, like
her
I
baby
mean,
daddy said it. Y'all need to go back and watch her channel. Her baby daddy just recently came on there and dragged her. He's like, "How you on here? First of all, you give the worst advice in the world to other women. That's number one. Two, you can't give them no advice because you don't even follow it." And then he started breaking down their co-parenting situation, and the girl really couldn't lie because their real life friends know what's going on, so she couldn't really lie. And it was just crazy to me that she was coming at you like that. And I was like, oh, she high. Okay, explains everything. But
And
yeah,
then she tried to have that tough love type of persona, But
No, it wasn't
sometimes,
no tough love.
but
That was that
sometimes,
nasty. That
but
was that nice
sometimes
nasty. Yeah.
people don't realize you
Thank you.
don't need that
I'm
at
out. I have
home.
a very special
Yeah,
guest
but
today.
thank
You
you
want to
for
introduce
saying
yourself?
that because she was very nice, nasty.
I mean, you guys should do some what you want.
There
So
we go.
we're doing something new today.
Peep this.
I had to change sweaters because I got makeup on my other sweater, but my kid's father is here. I wanted to
Yeah,
let
his father.
my child's father is here. I wanted to kind of give you guys an insight into they want to know why I'm so arrogant and all that shit, and why I am the way I am, and a lot of the things I've said in the past. Things evolve and change, and we wanted to be mature adults, and come together and show people that even though parents can have differences in their own personal relationships, they can still get along in the sake of their child. So
You've been on this show lying to people.
I've been lying to people
Lying to people.
about what did I lie
That's
about?
what this show is about.
Okay, what am I lying to people about?
You look like Kevin Gates or whatever his name is.
Single mother.
I'm not a single mother.
No, you're not.
Yeah, he does look like Kevin Gates.
Single mothers don't experience fathers that have photo shoots with their son at the age of 1 and get them shooting with brands and fly them to Philly and spend $3,000, $4,000 on
fly to Philly.
My son's that's great. I'm saying, but
never been to Philly in his life.
He hasn't. Hold on.
No.
So he didn't go to Philly for a birthday party at my aunt Kathy's house?
I don't know if that was New Jersey.
No,
or
that was
Philly.
Philadelphia.
All right.
Single parents don't go through
So
that.
I'm not a single mom.
You're not a single mom. I know single moms. And they don't have none of that going on. They don't have none of that kind of action going on.
You're like,
they don't have first birthday parties with
so you're saying
family.
I'm married.
No, what I'm saying is you projecting to the world that you are a parent who's alone with no kid's father to be there for your child.
Never said that. A single mom is an unmarried woman with a child. That's what a single mom is.
I don't know. I just know I've been in my son's life from the beginning. Wow. That's what I'm saying.
See, I didn't say you weren't in his life.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Oh, I need my lip gloss. Hold on.
What the?
I forgot about it. Why?
She went and popped a shroom.
Definitely know why though. But
why? Tell me why.
Because you can't dominate this shit over here. You can't dominate a 6'7", nigga like me. You can't do it. You wouldn't be able to do it. All that shit would be out. That would be over.
I really can't.
You would be.
I really can't. To be honest with you, I really can't. It's too much. You're too big.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even about being too big. It's just you can't fuck with me on that level. But I'm
smarter than you.
You can fuck with everybody else on that level, but you can't fuck with me on that level. So that's really what's.
But you can't lead us any. But you can't lead me anywhere.
I can't lead you
because
anywhere.
You're selfish.
I came out here with nothing. I got my own house.
You came out
I
here
got my own business. I got my own business.
And then you met me.
I own my own business.
Right? And
and now I'm running another business with you.
And I led you to the lake.
So what are you saying?
Right? I led you to water. Right? I helped you.
My car cost $100,000.
Don't brag. It's not.
We don't got it. We're not bragging, but where I can't lead us to. You don't want to follow. You want to go your way. So, but even right now, I'm back here. I have my own podcast. I have my own situations. I'm here right now because you asked me to be here. So where I can't lead us to. You don't want to follow. That's the problem.
You want me to follow you?
Where would I want you to keep following yourself. I told you from the rip. I'm letting you do your thing, tell your story, tell your narrative.
Right.
Act like this person who you trying to act like.
I'm not trying
and
to
I'm falling back. I've been this way since I was born. You feel what I'm saying? I don't have to try. I don't have to talk. I don't have to do nothing.
I think less talking for you is better.
Nah. Why would you say that?
I don't know. I just think you're just, some people are just better when they don't talk that much. The loudest one in the room is the weakest one. I'm not the loudest one in the room. I'm just saying.
I'm not the loudest one in the room. I'm a teacher.
You're a teacher?
I'm a teacher. And when you're able to be taught,
what do you want to teach me?
You're gonna have a great.
What do you
might actually find a man when you want.
So if I found a man,
you humble yourself to be able to be taught.
So when
you're a know-it-all.
If I found a man, you'd be accepting of it.
I mean, you wouldn't. You don't even have enough balls to even let me know you had a man. Whenever you do get a man, you would never let me know. So I can't answer that question because it would never happen. You'll never have a man.
I'll never have a man.
Not publicly.
Why?
You don't got enough balls for that.
I don't have balls for it.
No.
You heard that?
You don't have enough balls to have a man.
Why? Because you think I'm scared?
You gotta play with these niggas in the. You gotta play with these niggas in the dark, man.
In the dark?
You gotta play with them in the dark.
I would have to disagree.
Oh, well, make me a liar. Get a man.
I mean,
who?
I don't know who. when I come across them,
the fucking guy. What the fuck is his name? What's the dude's name?
I don't know.
What's the guy? Andrew Tate.
Oh,
come on, relax. You'll be taught by that motherfucking maniac, but you can't be taught by, you know what I'm saying? Like,
what do you want to teach me?
bro, how to certain things that I tried to teach you that you didn't even want to learn because
Like
you feel like money makes you unteachable.
I don't feel like that. I think,
but I feel like I got more money than a lot of motherfuckers right now.
I'm not
and
talking
I would
about
never.
money. I'm just saying, what do you want? What could you
when
really
money
teach
means
me?
something to somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a dangerous thing, man.
I mean, money means a
Yeah,
lot
but
to you.
he a little manosphere-ish. I hear that too.
Affect me in an emotional
So can
state.
I get some?
An emotional state.
I
mean,
need
anytime
some.
you ask for money, you get it.
That's
Definitely sugar.
What?
That's not true. You know it's not true.
When? Do you want me to? When do you ask me for money or ask me for something and I don't do it? When?
I don't really want to talk about it.
I want to talk about it.
You do?
Yeah.
You pay me child support?
I don't have to pay you child. Do you know what child support?
Do you
I'm asking you a simple question.
Do you give me money
I'm asking
for
you
the
a simple
kid?
question.
What?
Yes, I do. If you say my son needs Pampers, he needs clothes, he needs sneakers, you need money. I don't do that.
I mean, you buy
yes
him.
Or no.
No.
I
You don't send me money. You buy him stuff.
I don't send you money.
What like maybe like $50 here and there, $100 here and there,
200, whatever it's called. Whatever your hand calls for is what I said.
It's like a scratch off ticket. Sometimes you win and sometimes you don't.
Man, we're not gonna do that.
I know. I said I don't really want to get into it. We don't have to talk
anytime
about
my
it.
son needs anything,
it's okay. God has got me.
But I'm saying to you that anytime you ask me for anything from my son, he gets it.
What do I really ask you for?
It doesn't, bro. Anything my son wears.
Who spends more money on him?
What do you?
Who spends more money on him?
The only money that you spend more than me is because you pay for an au pair.
Okay.
Which I don't even
what about
believe
food?
in. Food.
What do you mean?
How many times have I taken you to the grocery market and given you money to go grocery shopping?
What happened?
I was running my mouth. She pays for an au pair.
I thought my phone froze.
An au pair. This is a lady who has an au pair telling you about you. See what I'm saying? You gotta research the people that's be talking to you and giving you advice.
What is
the au pair?
An au pair is a nanny. It's a nanny.
It's a nanny. She paid for an au pair. It's a foreign nanny at that, so she ain't even paying full price. And the au pair is a live-in nanny that comes from overseas to stay with the person and take care of their kids.
Word.
Thank you.
That's what an au pair is.
It's usually like foreign exchange students. It's usually foreign exchange students, things like that. They live there full time. That girl don't even take care of her own kid.
So that's probably the person who was staying in the other house that she was telling Amora about.
Right. Now you see how you can put pieces of...
What? So why'd you have the other child?
Now more than she know au pair though, did she? When she was there, she was in the garage. See, we gotta let people make people stop playing.
And then why she have her stay in the garage? So she couldn't be like, so you got an au pair. I don't understand why you trying to ask me.
You got a live-in nanny. You didn't even say I'll put you up for 2 days in a hotel. If you can pay a nanny, okay.
Right, you can pay a nanny, an au pair. You got the money to pay for an au pair, but you can't put me in a hotel, bro. Oh no, I'll put you in the garage over here.
Or pay me for exploiting me, for going viral. Because do you know how much money she probably made off that interview? I guarantee you it's probably in excess of 60K. She's got a couple 100,000 followers.
No, does she? I thought she only had 30,000 followers. She got a couple hundred?
I thought she had like...
Just stroll up and find out.
She has 35K subscribers, but
she got 90. No. Kev's still right though. Well, she didn't get 60,000, but she got 93,000 views on that.
Right, that's what I mean on that video. So that's going to translate into.
Oh, no, that's his video. That's his video. That's her.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying, even with her and Amora's video, she's going to generate some money off that video for sure.
Right.
But yeah, when you listen to somebody else, and I totally believe him. Does it sound like this dude is on here making stuff up? And he didn't say nothing disparaging. He just stated the facts about the way she tried to portray a narrative to the rest of the world, like she's an expert on relationships. And you have a very successful, down-to-earth, seems to be reasonable guy that's in his child's life. But this woman still find a way to argue with him, but she want to tell somebody else about parenting and how to, relationships.
Right.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Hey, Booski. I mean,
Yeah, it gets better though. It gets better.
Well, let it get better because it seems like it goes for the both of them.
Yeah, it gets better.
Once every 2, you have to film it because it's
So
such a
we
rare
didn't go
occasion.
to Gelson's and I spent
2 months ago.
$400 in there.
You did 2 months
So
ago.
what are you talking
2
about?
months ago.
It wasn't no 2 months
Bro,
ago.
food's expensive right now.
400.
Gas is expensive, and so is food.
Did we go to Gelson's and I spent $400?
2 months ago, yeah, you did.
That was done goddamn 2 months ago. I can go to text right now. Yo, send me $100 for groceries. Send me $100 for this. Send me $100 for that.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets sent. Because if
I don't want to argue with you.
If
right
it
now,
doesn't get
Batman.
sent, I'm going to have an annoying chickmunk bothering me.
Right.
So I don't know when. I don't even.
Damn, he called her an annoying chipmunk.
It's okay. I don't really want to get into it.
Wow.
But what I will say is you could do more.
What you could do is swallow your pride
Mm-hmm.
and realize a woman that and it really boggles my mind
Mm-hmm.
that women that come from situations where their fathers are not in their lives at all.
Mm-hmm.
They're the first
Here we
to
go.
bash fathers about how they're a deadbeat dad.
I didn't call you a deadbeat dad.
Bro, you've said multiple times. You applied to the world that I'm not in my son's life.
When?
My son
She
loves
told me
me.
that.
His
When
name
did
is
I imply
Horace Jackson.
Yo, hold on a second.
Did she tell you more that her father's son was not in her? Did she talk to you about that her single parenthood and in an attempt to try to identify with your situation? Did she kind of paint a narrative like that this guy was not a part of her child's life?
She made it seem like he doesn't really do much, like he's not really there. She pretty much did make it seem like he's not there. It's hard to get anything from him.
It's called the pump fake.
Wow, here we go. So let's go.
My son's name is Horace Jackson.
Okay.
Cool. Just let them know that.
When did
Right.
I imply that you're a deadbeat?
I don't know.
When? So why are you saying that?
Any issues?
I've never said you were a
anything that
deadbeat.
I don't know which. I'm just saying.
So why are you saying
you
that?
imply to the world that men are shit and men are
I mean,
fathers.
they are.
And you've had men on the show and so what, bro? I'm a father to all my children, bro. It don't matter about nothing. I would never like it. Don't.
Fathers have it.
How many kids
What
he
I'm saying
got?
to you is, what my
Bro,
point is.
he got multiple kids too?
He said all his children.
Yes,
Well,
and that's
I
her
don't know.
problem. That's what she's angry about. She said he doesn't do enough because she feels like because he does for his other kids, it takes away from her child. That's what I'm saying. See, let her talk. It gets better.
She's salty.
It gets better.
Man, bro, hold on. Let's go.
Right here is that women that don't have fathers at all
Mm-hmm.
are the first ones to bash men about the measuring bar of being a good father or a bad
Yeah, but
father.
why do the
Shorty, how
mothers
do
have-
you even know what
I
a
had
good father
I had
or
a
a bad?
stepfather.
I'm just saying
My
though.
stepfather's a pretty
I'm just
good-
saying there's
he's
no
pretty good to
measuring
my
bar as long
sister.
as a man is trying to be a father
But why do
in
we
his
have
life.
to? Why do women have to do everything? And the man does 10% and he
Because
has to get praised.
that's mother nature. That's another thing you try to do. You try to stop the way of the world. You can't do that. You're not like it's not happening for you.
he's still a
You're
man
child
of
to this world.
spirit.
Yes, you are condoned to wipe his ass.
Yep,
You are
should've.
condoned to breastfeed him milk. You are condoned to wake up with him and go to sleep with him. You hate that.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, he man is fairest too.
Yeah, see that
Bro,
laugh?
I don't
You
hate
see
it.
what I'm trying to say? That you
Don't
proceed to this world of this
like
podcast that you don't like.
I get both points of view. He is man and fairest. With
You got the little
right. He like because it's not. He's basically you supposed to do this. You supposed to do that. Okay, I get a couple thousand. I hear the man is fair in him. You know,
Nah, but he was kind of saying it in a sense where
I know. I understand very clearly.
I hear it.
I hear it loud and clear. You.
But listen what he's saying. He's telling truth. Don't kill a messenger. Listen to the message.
Yeah,
No,
Every day I pick him up every day. I
Wait,
pick him up
pause it.
every night. You
It's
take
not
him
about
once
the
a week.
messenger. It's about your
Stop.
delivery.
It's over. Like nobody wants
You
to
didn't
hear
wanna
about
learn
how
from me.
this,
I
that,
can't teach you.
how you're complaining about these things. Like stop complaining about something that you accepted and signed up for.
Who am I complaining to? To you?
You complain to me. I mean, what you?
Who
what
else
you
am I going to
present-
complain to?
I'm just saying, but it's constant though.
So,
There is no so.
I mean,
It's something
bitches
that you signed.
struggling.
It's something that you signed up for.
So
So it's
what?
something that you need
So
to
what?
accept. And you need
Bitches
to.
is stressed out. All women, all single mothers are stressed out. We don't like it.
Right.
Nobody wants to be a
So if all single mothers are stressed out, why so much anger and hatred toward Amora?
That's why I said,
why
didn't
you hear what he said though? You just need to accept it. You just need. I'm not accepting you talking shitty to me. I'm not accepting you handing money over to me shitty. I'm not accepting anything that you do shitty. If you can't do it with a smile on your face because we didn't make this, I didn't make this baby by myself, then you gonna have another thing coming. And we're gonna have
so she clearly got a guy over here that's telling her to accept it is what it is.
But you're gonna tell somebody why. But the thing,
why did you get abortion?
And the same rule applies.
She should ask her own self that goddamn question because that ain't the
exactly.
Exactly.
If you knew he had more kids, why you ain't get an AB? So now you stuck like the rest of us. Shit.
Right. The hell. I don't know whether that weed was too strong or maybe she just.
Oh, she gonna shoot. She shroomed out after this. She shroomed out.
I am a single mom. I take him to school every day. I pick him up every day. I go to sleep with him every night. You take him once a week if I'm lucky.
Once a week.
If you have shit to do, bro, stop lying. You don't take him for the whole weekend. You take him.
How many times have you been to the McDonald's?
A bunch, because I take him to you every week.
Why the fuck are they talking about the McDonald's, bro?
Girl,
no, that's their meetup spot. Let it play, y'all. It's get better.
That's why I said let it play.
Wait. Rewind that.
How
about
many
10
times have
seconds.
you
This
driven
look
your
how she
car to McDonald's to meet me?
I don't fucking know. What's the point?
But how many?
The point,
so then
you don't take him enough. You can take him more.
That's going to tell you that I have my son a lot.
Not enough.
How many times have you driven to the park over there on Coldwater?
Because I have to pick him up and drop him off.
How many times?
You're just missing the point. You could take him more, is what I'm saying. You could take him more.
Oh, that's like my dog looking at me after they had puppies and telling me, like, speaking and being like,
you're comparing your kid to a dog.
I have these puppies way too much.
Yo, are you dumb?
That's the way of the world. You're going to have.
What are you talking about? I'm saying you would take him.
Wait, hold on.
He is so manish-fairish.
Are you talking?
No, see, hold on. Okay, y'all gonna do that. Can I say something real quick? See, you can't. Everything is not manners first. First of all, look at her face. This is a person. Hold on, you got to deal with a bulldog. What he was saying to her. Don't get caught up in the analogy. He said that would be like telling a dog you be with your puppies too much. That's part of what he's telling her. You hired an au pair because you don't like being with your kids. That's why you don't feel like I give him enough.
Said. She said, I need you to see your son more. She didn't say I
but that's what he was. But that's the point. He said, I get him every weekend. She said, you need to get him more.
She said, no, you don't.
And then he referred to her as a dog.
Not okay. Y'all get too
don't compare your baby mama to no dog. One to have
he wasn't. That wasn't the point of what he was saying. The point that he was saying is that's just like someone. He can't say human because then you'll look like you're saying it about women who have kids. He's saying if a female dog has puppies, that dog is not going to say I'm with my puppies too much. He's just used it. It was a bad analogy, but he's not calling her a dog. Let's see. We'll take words like that, and because it's coming from a man, and because of the current atmosphere, he calling his baby mama a dog. No, What I'm saying, he called her.
We're gonna replay it. We're gonna replay it. We're gonna rehear it. We're gonna be quiet. We're gonna just we're gonna chill out because I'm sorry. Maybe I got a little bit too crunk and got everybody else crunk too. Let's just rehear what he said before I go off.
My son a lot.
Not enough.
How many times have you driven to the park over there on Coldwater?
Because I have to pick him up and drop him off.
How many times?
You're just missing the point. You could take him more, is what I'm saying. You could take him more.
Oh, that's like my dog looking at me after they had puppies and telling me, like, speaking and being like,
you're comparing your kid to a dog.
I have these puppies way too much.
Yo, are you dumb?
That's the way of the world. You're going to have.
What are you talking about? I'm saying you could take him a little bit more. Take him an extra day.
Let me take my son to Philadelphia and go take him to see my family.
No.
Exactly. It's going to be a problem.
Like, how does it go from take him an extra day a week to now?
Let me just take him
to Philadelphia. Like,
let me just take.
Like, what are you talking?
Because you pick and choose how I can have my son, bro. It's
what
weird.
Are you talking about?
Like, but she don't want to
way.
About
fuck out of here. That's crazy. You want the man to take him more, but he says, "Okay, let me have my son." No, see how this is a person.
I think she's afraid that he's gonna take her son and not bring her son back.
Well, listen. This is what he's saying. You're complaining that every weekend is not enough. She said, take him another extra day. He said, well, let me just take him. She said, no, You want to pick and choose. You want to say, I only want them 2 days a week. And if you don't get them the other 5 days a week, then you're fucked up. See, like, we can't do that. He's making a point to her. He didn't say her. He said, it's like my dog looking at me and saying, I don't want the. He's just trying to make a point to her. Like, if you think that he doesn't have his son enough, when he says, okay, not only will I take him the time that you want, I'll take him full time. And she goes, no. So she gets to decide everything, right? Or else he's a bad guy because he won't take him an extra day a week as opposed to taking him permanently. See, you can't have it both ways.
I'm not
And
saying
that's what it sounds
any
like.
of that. What I'm saying is
I don't want my
he
kids
talks
all the
to her.
time. It
No,
sounds like
the
she
way
said,
he talks to her.
Huh?
The way he talks to her and his delivery of
But
how
look at
he's
her.
giving
We're
things
not
across.
taking
Look at
away.
her.
We're no. We
You
ain't taking nothing away from her. He's still Manosphere-ish.
I get it. I'm gonna just listen.
I'm listening
I was
to
just
the
trying to make a
talking
point
point.
about her.
I can't
But hold
teach
on.
you.
I'm just trying
You
to
don't
make a
want to
point
learn
about
from
her.
me. You want to make your own money. And it doesn't take away she playing games too. They both playing games. I'm not on nobody's side.
They probably finished this whole interview and
I'm not on nobody's side.
they
But
got
go ahead.
done with this interview and banged out when they got done. Get out of here.
Yeah, because she
I
look at
mean,
that
probably
smile. They was
so.
banging. Stick at that
But
smile. They was
still.
But
banging.
this is the problem. Okay, let's take him out of the conversation. Everything that she has said and every way she has portrayed herself is negative. Stop making excuses for women.
Who making an excuse?
No,
So is he. So is he.
I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, so is he. Why they both can't be playing with each other?
They are. They about to.
I never said he was good or bad. I just said he's Manosphere-ish.
But the difference is he's not online trying to give men advice about relationships.
I agree with that.
He's an expert. She is. He's the one that's toxic as hell. She's the one that's a horrible co-parent, but she's on here trying to question Amora about kids. You don't even want your kids all the time. You tired of having your son. You want him to take them more. Why? Because you're tired of them. That's the point. You got an au pair because you don't want to do the things that you signed up to do, like being a mother, like wiping his butt, like feeding him. You pay somebody else to do it. How are you on here questioning this girl about what she did and how she did it? I don't care how many. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. That's the point he's trying to, I'm trying to make about her. And these are the women that give y'all advice. That's all I'm trying to say. Stop listening to these chicks. They crazy. She's crazy. She can't tell you.
I think
he's still Manosphere-ish.
True at the same time. I think she's crazy and I think he's Manosphere-ish.
Exactly.
Two things can be true at the same time.
Y'all right. I want to finish listening though.
Me too.
It's crazy, but go ahead, y'all. Y'all right.
It's some good tea.
There's
Being
no
with
fucking
a
way.
child, we're not together.
love.
We don't live together.
Right.
If we were together,
So
then
I'm
I
saying
would
just
do
take
it.
him an extra day. If we were together when he was born, you weren't really doing much. You
I was
still
doing
went at
a
him.
lot.
You weren't doing shit.
I was doing a lot,
You
bro.
weren't
You're
doing shit.
wild.
You weren't doing shit, bro. You were snoring.
You weren't doing shit. The
Huh?
nanny had him.
Yo, the nanny came from 7 to 1. Stop lying.
Stop it.
You need to stop it.
He was with me, chilling. He was not.
Where?
Where were you at?
Around every fucking day.
Around where?
Where was I then? I don't even go out.
Chilling in the bed. I was having my son with me all the time.
Oh my god.
I force you to go places with him all the time. I said, yo, we're going to the zoo.
Go without me.
I don't want to go.
Yeah, I don't. I want a fucking break. I don't want to.
Let's go to the park.
I don't want to go.
Let's go
You
here.
take 'em.
Let's go to Beverly Hills Park. I was the one that anywhere we ever went. Let me ask you this question. Anywhere you ever went with your
Hold on a
child.
second. Is my eye like moving?
I have to pee bad as hell. Fuck this shit. Crazy piss. I don't know.
Do you want to talk about yourself?
No, I don't want to talk about myself. Let's go. We're just here for you. I'm here for your topic. Let's go.
What's the topic? I was just trying to say that even though, like I said, people have differences, like we have differences, we don't really see eye to eye all the time.
People have differences, or like people have a difference with somebody, because I feel
like people who have kids together, a lot of times they don't get along. Because the men do 5% of the workload and the woman does 95%, and then they turn around and say, well, that's just mother nature. You know what I'm saying? And then they don't want to make up for the lack of
somebody that's hired in the house to help 7 hours a day. I don't feel like it's the
but you don't pay for it. But you don't pay for it.
Again, you're going back to money. We're not talking about money.
I mean, but if a man's not around,
listen,
yes, I am.
8 hours a day. You say you
bro, listen,
the truth is I've lived with you.
You're supposed to cover the financial burdens of my physical burdens. You don't cover any of that. I do everything.
Okay. There you go.
I'm just saying,
all
like,
you could
you're
do.
supposed to
You're going
take
back to
care
trying
of
to say you do things. I don't condone paying $10,000 for
who's gonna watch the kid?
18-year-old
Who's gonna watch the kid?
to fly over here.
She's not
from
18. She's 26.
26-year-old to fly over here from I don't even know what country. Talk to my son in a different language.
She does. She speaks English, bro. You met her before.
I'm just saying these are the things that you are choosing to do without.
I don't have any family here.
Me.
I don't have any family here.
All right, so I'm saying like what I say is when it comes to taking care of my child, I'm with all that. But there's certain things like that you do without my consent.
Like what? Explain yourself.
I don't got to get into it. I already said what I need to say. I'm saying there's certain things that you don't want to be a mother full time. You don't even want to be a mother half time.
Bingo.
You don't.
Okay.
That's just the natural fact of it.
I do want to be a mother.
No, you
I
don't.
just need to
you
be
get upset
supported.
about a kid trying to play with you. You get upset about my son, the baby crying.
I mean, yeah,
you just don't want.
It's overwhelming.
You're just so masculine that you don't even like.
Nah,
you don't like the
manosphere,
being a
masculine,
mother, nurturing.
I know manosphere.
You don't do that. That's not you. Really.
Right, so why were you with someone so masculine for 2 years and decided to have a baby?
I'm just saying because our relationship was cool. It was cool.
Do you like masculine women?
He just mad because she had a baby.
In a
certain he didn't want that.
Well, I just never saw that coming.
He wants her in her place.
Us having a child because you always told me that you never wanted a child.
Right, I didn't. So why didn't you pull out?
Right. What?
I'm saying, like, if you don't have a kid with somebody, you should just pull out, right?
No.
So you're irresponsible.
I mean, like I said,
that would be you too, girl.
I don't think. No.
You're not.
We're living together for 2.5 years.
It's the gaslight.
So then, but if you don't want a kid with somebody, you should.
I never
pull
said
out.
I didn't want a kid.
That would be his gaslight.
That you always said that you didn't never want to be a mother.
Right. So why would you have a kid with someone who didn't want to be a mother?
Even when it happened, I said it's not right. Like, and you said what you said. You know what I'm saying? So that's just where it went. You know what I mean?
All right. So you're saying I'm a bad mother?
I mean, you love my son, though. I mean, you definitely love my child. But I don't, you're not mother material.
I'm not mother material?
No.
Ain't that some shit? She pay all the bills, but she ain't mother material.
You had a kid with me. So
I mean, I love my son to death, so,
So take it more often then. If you're such fatherly material.
I'm working on that.
Right.
I have him. You know what I'm saying?
When?
Why do you keep saying that?
Bro, you have
I'm going to just fall back for like a whole 2 months and just nothing. Because you're tripping right now. You keep saying I don't have my son.
I'm saying you don't have him enough. You have him like once a week.
I meet you even when I meet you multiple times.
I have to drive all the way to Van Nuys, and then I have to pick him. I have to pick him up. I have to drive back and forth. Like gas is mad. Like it's a whole ordeal just to drop him off and pick him up.
Bro, that just started literally. So I just moved into a new house.
Yeah, and it's far.
Okay, I want to be all the way in the cut, but that's neither here or there. I'm saying that. Stop saying that I don't have my child. We don't live together.
I'm saying you don't have him enough.
We don't live
if you're
together.
saying that I'm not motherly material, you should step in and make up for that. You should be like, yo, she can't handle it.
No,
right?
I'm doing it.
That's what we've been saying. Your fathers don't like
we want to see you more.
Concerned.
You're concerned?
Yeah, concerned.
Well, then do something about it.
I am.
Okay.
I have him.
Okay.
There's a reason why he wakes up and gets excited and says my name.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We'll see in the. I don't know. I just feel like you perceive to the world that you don't have a father in your son's life.
No, the fuck I don't.
I just said we can see what your fan base or your whatever you got going on.
Right.
We'll just see what they say, because what I'm saying from what I've seen people say, is that you portray that you don't have a kid's father.
Bro, you could be a single just because you're just single.
No,
that just means you're a mother and you're single.
Say that like because a single mother where I'm from means like I'm a single mom. Like I did it and I did it. Like it means like the dad's not around. Like you're a single parent means that you're just a parent alone. That's it. That's what it means where I'm from. I don't know. Like it could mean somewhere else. What you saying? But a single parent to me means like single parent. Like it's nothing going, because you don't see dads walking around. Yo, I'm a single father, bro. I'm a single father.
Well, I mean, if the kid lives with you full time, that's what a single father is,
bro.
Not if you have the kid once a week. You're not.
What are you talking about? The kid's going to live with you full time.
Yeah, so that's why I'm a single mom, because I don't have a husband. That's what a single mother is.
We gotta specify that, because I don't think that's what people are perceiving. I think they're perceiving that you have no baby dad. You have no.
So I'm like the Mother Mary or whatever. I just got pregnant.
You're walking around with a kid who has my name and screams my name and loves me.
I didn't say he doesn't love you.
Okay, I'm glad we set that straight then. That's cool. That's cool with me. Because I feel like a lot of your thing is just bitterness towards the world and men and this, that, and the third. And
you don't think you have anything to do with that?
You could never, ever say that you have there's so many women out here that would like scream and cry for for they, for they child that had their dad. You know what I'm saying? And like you had it. Like I don't even play
the gaslighting and manipulation this man is doing is crazy.
There's always room for more.
I'm not saying.
You have anything to do with my
I'm not. I am not saying
you were a good.
I'm not taking nothing off of her. Hold it, mute.
So you're not going to take any accountability for any of your actions.
Mute this. I'm not saying, well, her giving advice or whatever, but what was the purpose? Well, you're masculine. Like if you're gonna talk about the child, talk about the child. He's focused on her because she don't know her place. She don't know her role, and he want the world to know that. That is straight up manosphere. He gave every manosphere point there is. What does her being masculine have anything? What does you're not teachable? No, teach your son. You ain't got to teach me nothing. How about teach your son? What do you got to teach me? We ain't together. Teach your son.
Hey, Genesis.
Why
you need to get this lady on? I have to talk to this lady. I want to talk to this lady, Genesis. You have to get her on. I don't know what we got to do to make this happen.
The gaslighting there is unbelievable, and that's what plenty of women go through all the time.
But don't she deserve a manosphere, dude? Don't she deserve him, though?
No.
Yes, she does.
Because it takes away from the child.
Right. How can you sit up there and be like, I really love my child, and you're tearing the mother down? And if he's tearing her down like this in public, he's definitely saying something to that child or saying something on the phone with her where that child is in ear.
You're not teachable. Who the fuck?
Wait, hold on. Seriously, y'all think he was tearing her down?
No, he lifted her all the way up, Cap. He lifted her all the way up to the sky.
Taco and shawarma got an au pair. Her baby daddy is always but never there. She trying to give amora advice, looking at her with dead eyes, asking about why didn't she get rid of her child. She needs to stop smoking them vape pens, them black and milds, taking the mushrooms. After her interview with her baby dad, they both ended up in the bedroom and didn't pay amora, but got money to pay a nanny. Need to keep her baby daddy handy, cover the financial burden. Don't be judging. Tacos and shawarma, 10K for a flight. Stop judging others, singing mothers. God bless you and good night.
That's the song, the Taco and Shawarma theme song.
That man got me so mad I ain't even hear the song. That man got me so mad.
We can't get off. Listen,
that man got me so mad.
Listen, we can't forget the subject here.
I know the subject, but no. Hold up.
Hey,
hold up.
Focus on the subject.
No.
That's the real subject.
Let me finish. The same thing when Amora's baby father was telling her on the damn Facebook page. He was gaslighting her the same freaking way. Because the mother put it on the page.
You guys, Amora says she has to go.
All right, baby.
Okay.
It was the same type of gaslighting. He put her on the spot. If you go on the mother's page, it was gaslighting her the same fucking way. making himself look like the good guy. And then she kept saying, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Close the door. Close the door. Just leave me alone. The gaslighting is gaslighting. That will include her. Because I sat there and watched her get gaslight and manipulated.
Can I ask a question?
But hold on. The problem of the situation is that she getting gaslighted, but then trying to go against another single mother. Fuck all that. We want to like sit up there and get in her corner, but fuck all that because you sit there getting gaslighted by your baby daddy, but then want to go against another single mother who got 5 kids, been abused, been through this, and sit there with dead eyes and say, why didn't you have one, AB, but you didn't have one, and this nigga sound like he gaslight you just like any other man.
Exactly.
Exactly. We're not taking away from that point.
No, it is taken away from that point because we just had Amora here.
Now I know where Amora is.
Taco and Sharma.
No, it's that
treating this young lady after she knows goddamn well that she getting treated the same way by these men.
Exactly.
That's why I suggested the video. I was being messy, but that's why I told y'all to go pull it up because she can't tell nobody nothing. That was my point.
Now that I think I think Amora had to go because Lady Love coming here with a million questions and stuff, right? We ain't about that, Lady Love.
No.
You don't had to go, but you're a million questions. She done answered them all already. Sorry if you don't like them.
That man shook, man. Hey, they be so calm with it though. They and you know what? He knows how to push her buttons too. I can tell. He knows.
I'm like, you got a whole son,
but here you are.
I'm like, you got 50 kids.
I know it's funny because she's being a hypocrite at the same time. Like I literally stopped before me and my ex-husband got married. He used to trip me up in these debates. I said, I got you one. I fasted. I stopped smoking Zaza, and he was coming for me, and he was like, "Damn, what happened?" I said, "Because I stopped smoking. I got your ass." If she would have been sober doing that debate with him, she probably would have been one up on him. Yes,
right.
everything
not going to be. He was going to be none up on them.
No, I'm saying yes. What he was saying was
the only way with a narcissistic
I'm saying her composure and how she talked to him.
I would have told him to leave. The only way you're gonna one up a narc. Only way you're gonna one up a narc is let them talk to themselves.
That's true, sugar.
Thank you, guys, love. Hey, but no,
I think that might be Amora. But who is Lovely Love? Because she asked about her child
certificates and all that other stuff, and calling her liars and stuff.
She don't have the kids.
If she ain't got no solutions, we ain't answering no questions. How about that, Lovely Love?
So do you have a job for her, Lovely Love? God dang it!
Listen, can I just say this real quick? The comment you just had up there. I don't know if this is offensive, but I didn't read it that way. Y'all tell me where I missed it. She said asking why she was going to school, but her kids. Oh, have we asked her if she has got 2 or 3 jobs now that she doesn't have her kids? I would think that's the first thing anyone would do to prove her point. I don't think that's a mean statement.
First of all, 2 or 3 jobs. She don't have a car. She don't know where to get to the job. And on top of that, she is dealing with homelessness and all type of other stuff. Listen to the whole interview and then you'll have the answer to your question. Of course she don't have 2 or 3 jobs now. Of course, she said she feels distracted trying to get her degree at the nursing thing. She's going through a lot of bullshit. She's dealing with like her place over her head, her shelter. She's here and there. What the fuck are you talking about? Get a job? You don't even know where you're gonna stay the next night. She's getting kicked out of her house. She's getting robbed. She's going through all this stuff. And you're saying how she got a job. You don't even.
You can't get a place to live without a job first.
Well, you can't. Yeah, you can.
How you gonna keep it?
On a shelter.
You know what? And can I say this? Y'all, please don't drag me because
if she's couch surfing, still trying to be around her kids on this whole thing with this interview and all this stuff. That's what she's trying to do. Survive at this point. She's still trying to keep her existing apartment. But then she's got this going on. She's got that going on.
Can I say this? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic at all. I just want y'all to understand this. Everybody doesn't think the same way. So that being said, what Lovely Love said and what other people would say, who I know, and they're not mean people trying to be mean. They would say, wait a minute. Every time you suggest something to this girl, she's got an excuse for something else happening. This is happening. Her car's out, her phone's gone, her apartment, she finna lose her apartment. This, to other people, it looks like somebody who is making excuses. And that's all I'm saying to y'all. So when people ask, listen, just let me say, when people,
where your car is going, your apartment's
hold
going,
on, I'm saying, listen, when people ask those questions, it's not because they're being ignorant. Everybody doesn't think like you, DJ Genesis. You got to understand. Hold on. Some people make, okay, go ahead.
I'm going to say like this. If people don't realize she's having a nervous breakdown, I don't know what to tell them.
Thank you.
But
everybody's not. That's what I'm saying.
But they don't have. They don't have. And you know what?
I was just about to say that she sounds depressed, manic depressive right now.
They don't have to. They don't have to. They could be loud. They could be whatever they want to be. They could sound how they want to sound. But what they saying is not going to reach her right now. So if they're saying it, and if I'm having a mental breakdown, whatever you say, is it going to reach me?
Right.
I got to get my mind right.
That's when women turn into the mother that drowned her kids.
Exactly.
Kids far away from her.
So you need to drive me. I can't get my damn mind ain't right. I hear you, but no, I don't hear you.
Out here, her to harm herself and her kids and her boyfriend.
Getting fired from jobs. Getting fired from jobs because she can't get her mind straight. Man, this girl is going through a lot. We need to like support her rather than saying, well, why don't you got 2-3 jobs? You ain't had your kids in 2 weeks. Well, hell, she's trying to get just through the week, the day.
Listen, I'm still stuck by what I said because the facts are the facts. She's gonna have to get a job and she's gonna have to get a stable place to live. Whether she's manic depressive, whether she's suicidal or suicidal, excuse me. But it's the truth. I'm not gonna shove that in her face, but the facts still remain. And there's a step to get into that. There's steps to get into that.
No, let me tell you something.
You know
what?
Or she could just sit there and wallow.
Let me tell you why that's not true. Okay, because I just had Regina in my house, right? And it didn't take her a job to actually get the support that she needed to get into an apartment.
Now, Regina is diagnosed SSI receiving and has been mentally ill since high school. She was on disability. Like she already has the steps in motion. This woman clearly doesn't.
If somebody mind is not right, they ain't gonna be able to hold a job. Yeah, you can get a job. You can be able to hold it.
The moment you get a job.
Okay, hold on. Just what Sue said. Let's stay right there for a minute. She said if somebody's mind is not mentally right, they won't be able to hold a job. If somebody's mind is not mentally right, they will not use money in the proper way to get them out of that situation if their mind is not right either.
If she didn't ask for any money.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that's what some of the point that people are making. It's not about sending her money because if she's not in the right mental state to work, then she's not in the right mental state to handle money.
People still
with a nanny.
No, that's another whole lady. That's another whole lady.
Okay.
But the thing is, listen. Everybody.
You say this
everybody is different. I know some people every day they wish they don't even want to get up the next day. Right? Everybody is made and built different. Right? We didn't walk through her shoes. We didn't get baked twice. We didn't have 2 baked babies. We didn't have a mother that was a drunk and let that man come up on there and babe her.
Right.
She didn't have no life. Her life was taken from her since she was 13 years old. She's been in survival mode all this time. However, how her breakdown is how her breakdown goes. Some people are strong, some people could take it. And you know what? How I'm gonna do next. But when you've been violated on top of violated on top of violated on top of that's all she knows. That is it.
I understand that, but what does she expect? The all poor baby, like nobody, even with that, sad as this may sound, and I'm not holding this against her at all, because there's people that have been through what she's been through at 3, at 6, at 9. Like everyone has a story to tell, but like, what does she expect now?
You can't live in your trauma. You gotta. I understand, and the point that I'm saying.
She wants a whole bunch of all poor babies.
Oh my God! Let me just finish one sentence, and I'm gonna just tell you exactly what I mean.
We can't understand somebody else. We can try to piece it
That's why we
together,
can't
but
sit
we
here and
Can
can't
I say
assume.
something? Can I say
finish
something
one
about
sentence,
this?
please?
All right,
Please,
I'm sorry.
one sentence. I just want to finish one sentence. It's like you're saying don't attack her, but you attack anybody that has anything critical, not even critical, objective. Like, okay, so you'll get mad if somebody says, well, instead of doing 100 interviews where people are making money off you, exploiting you, spend that time going to look for a job. But then you'll go, well, she got to get her mind together. It's like there's
I didn't say that.
no, I'm not saying
King Kev. It don't look. An interview is about an hour. Okay, she got a whole day that she probably doing stuff. You don't know what she's doing all day long. And on top of that, she say it's been 3 weeks, man. Let me tell you something. Let me give you guys like a little tea. I've been laid off 3 weeks since you guys have been. Since I've been laid off for the past 3 weeks. Right. I owe like almost 12,000 on my other house, 7,000 on this one. Okay, I'm not that far from being in her position, to be quite honest. Right. I could. I mean, the only reason why I'm not is because I own the house I'm in, and shit. I'm not that far from where she could be. That's why I'm like fucking like what the fuck do you mean?
realistically, we're all two paychecks
And then
from
on
being
top of that,
home.
I'm a software engineer.
All of us
In
are
my
two
position,
paychecks.
hold on. My position is in demand. Now, could you imagine, right? If you're going through something mentally, you're trying to find a job, you're trying to keep it together with 5 kids. You went through this whole viral thing. People are attacking her as she walks down the street. We didn't even get to ask her that stuff because we kind of got into this other thing with Taco and Shawarma, her baby dad. But she's getting attacked. People know her now. So what jobs now? So now people
You
gonna
think she's the first one for this to happen to? She's not the first, and she won't be the last. Everyone has a
That's why I
That's not the
suggest
first
this.
one. I'm telling you what my situation is.
Exactly.
I could be in her situation.
But Genesis,
You know what I'm saying?
Genesis, everybody in America except the top 10%, all of us are 2 paychecks away from being homeless. Most of us, if
them
we
too.
miss 2 consecutive paychecks, we would be facing homelessness because we could not catch back up on our rent. But what we're saying is we have to look at things logically. These people are telling they're going all these interviews. This is going to create all these opportunities. And other people are trying to say, be more realistic. Just get a job, get 2 jobs if you have to make sure that you can provide a roof for yourself and that you can sustain yourself on the most basic level. That way, a lot of other stuff will not happen. But when you tell a person that their only way out is for somebody to help them. Nobody is coming to save this young lady. Nobody is coming to save her. We have to encourage her and show her how to do it for herself, because you've seen since she's been viral, who has helped her? How much? I mean, people might have sent her donations, but I'm saying if she's still homeless, she still doesn't have a stable place to live, she still doesn't know where her next meal is coming from. Obviously, sending her money or whatever people are thinking they're doing to help her is not going to help. We have to attack problems in a different way. That's why I said to her in the beginning, you have to change your mindset first, because if again, people have their varying opinions, but the more she's on the internet, the harder it is going to be for her to get a job. That's what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to tell her how. That's why I said, if you want to tell your story, create your own channel, and then you'll get your message directly to people. But what's happening
And here's
now,
something else. Here's something else, Kev, too. Cash App and the other sources are gonna start taxing people real soon for receiving under $1,000. So what's she gonna do then? She got a business plan set up.
They're already doing it.
Yeah, honey,
If
they've
you go
been
to
doing that.
DHS, if you go,
They've been doing
if
that
you
since
go,
last tax year.
okay, so now she got another bill coming to her. If you go and IRS, she's about to get audited then. If you go into social service, no matter what your medical condition is, you're going to have to give them some paperwork of some type of footsteps, whether it's you applying for jobs, getting a job, going to school, getting mental care from your medical professionals. Either way, apply. They're going to want to see some action.
She already said she's been in school, but she's having a hard time taking the test because she's going through so much stress. She said,
Wait a minute, Genesis.
She's at the point of going through the school, the testing phase of the medical thing.
Who has not found school stressful? Name one person that has a college degree right now that has not found getting a college degree stressful at some point.
I'm sorry. Your phone sounds like a walkie-talkie.
Genesis Lovely Love said, we baby her. Why was she looking dressed the way she was and looking like that and her chest all out on camera? First of all, she is a grown adult. She's a young lady, but she's a grown adult. What she wears should not have any bearing. And what should she have on, rags? She should be looking disheveled and distressed. People just want people to just look their worst when they're going through their worst. Why? Do you get a kick out of that?
Yeah, that's dangerous. Like that's the problem. That's called being prejudiced. What she
I,
has on has nothing to do with
I'm
anything.
disappointed. I'm really
Thinking, saying,
disappointed in
thinking,
whoever this
thinking,
lovely
thinking, oh
love
my
is.
God, she's married to a minister.
Lovely
Why
love,
is
how
she
many
dressed
kids
like
do you
that?
got? How many kids do you got, lovely love? Can you get her a job? Can you help her get a job though? I mean, are you in Ohio? Can you help her, or are you just asking questions and don't have no resources to be able to give and help? Are you just going to ask a question and not give a resource? Because that's what we do here. We don't just ask questions and not give resources. When she was going through the things she did, she got a
Thank you.
resource to get out of it. We're not over here just asking questions and not being able to offer resources. Everybody that came here and gave 211, 811. Okay, this resource, that resource. If you're not trying to give a resource, you're just over here asking questions and trying to piss everybody the fuck off because you're really pissing me off and it's really getting on my goddamn nerves.
Ditto.
Miss Lovely
Was
says
that
she
directed to me?
one kid, she's 23, and
Who
nine.
say Hudson?
What was the no? This I'm talking to lovely
We was
love. What
talking
a
about
lovely love.
lovely love.
Nothing to do with
Oh,
you,
okay. Oh.
saying Hudson. You talking about lovely love that's popping all this shit. I mean, you know. So she one kid, not five, right? So you have no idea what it's like to take care of five children at once with no support. Not mother, not father, not grandma, not uncle, not nobody. All by yourself out here. And then you say, well, why she just can't just get a job? The kids are gone. She's hurry up and get a job. No. First of all, she gotta like fucking decompress and then get it together. She was just at CPS having a nervous breakdown saying, just take my kids. I can't take it no more.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know who you were talking about. So it's the CPS mom. I absolutely agree that she did the right thing because it's better than taking their lives. And she can stay in contact with her children. If she wants to move close to them, she can make up arrangements with the court, put them in proper houses to where she can get her mind right
You said you
and get
had
her
one
kids.
kid. You had one kid, lovely love, not five, with zero support. Please. I can't even act like I know what she's going through because I'd be going crazy with my two. Imagine five.
Let
I'd
me
be
tell
going
you something. My mother just reminded me. I don't know. Is that me echoing? But
Yeah,
my
you
grandmother
echoing a
had
little bit.
12,
You
right?
echoing a little bit,
My
baby.
grandmother had 12. My grandmother had 12. And can y'all hear me now?
but she was a single mother with
And
12
there's
Yeah,
kids.
a
you good.
no, she wasn't a single mother. My parents are still married. My grandparents are married. They're not single at all. But what happened was this was back in probably like the late 50s, early 60s. Um, my grandparents got tuberculosis, and there was no one in the family that would take all 12. So she had to put them in temporary foster care. But she made sure that they were close and that she saw them regularly and she was still a figure in their lives and when she could bring them back into the house because this is back when they didn't really know what tuberculosis would do and you couldn't be around anything that was contaminated. She made sure when everything was proper and right that she got her children back. They don't always just take your kids and throw them into the wilderness where you never see them again. People got a misconception of a lot of things here on YouTube. There's a lot of definitions that need to be, you know, researched and recorded. And my mother, as y'all probably heard me say multiple times, my mother retired from social services, Westchester County Social Services. She was a supervisor for Medicaid. So I know for a fact that she can have it set up when she gets her mind right to not only either get her children back or have still a symbiotic relationship with whatever families that they're in. She's not going to be taken away fully from her children.
Can I ask a question real quick? Like, I don't disagree with what y'all saying, and on some level, the young lady needs support. But my question is, if you can empathize with her situation, you know, having 5 children and going through the things you going through, I just thought it was an interesting conversation why so many women, I hear so many women dog out Nick Cannon or some of these guys, NBA YoungBoy, that have a whole bunch of kids that they can take care of. I'm just wondering what's the difference, or do you see a difference as a woman?
Just give us
It's
some money. It's
trash.
not
All
just
of the
taking
ones that
care.
keep us niggas is trash.
Let me say this because
Hold on, wait, I can't hear.
we got a whole room full of adults, right? How many people had a slap you high five on the weekend type father when you were younger? You thought he was the greatest thing on earth, Batman, Superman, whatever. But as you get older, you see just as little as he did and how stressed out your mother was.
Thank you, Saint Hudson.
Yeah, she's saying them positive stuff.
Wait a minute. I was asking a question though. Is there a difference between Nick Cannon, who has a lot of kids and he can take care of them financially, and Amora, who has 5 children, who is having trouble taking care of them?
Because let me tell you something. Financially, listen, if he had
can't be
10
everywhere.
kids by one woman, and she had to really care for all them kids, but he's still out doing whatever, but he giving her money financially, but that woman is still stressed because I mean, have you been around 10 fucking kids before? Jesus
Mariah
Christ.
Carey's kids was complaining that they ain't seen him in like a year and that they is making them depressed and glum. They don't, you think they care
Right.
about money? The last thing them kids is worried about is money.
Exactly. And my thoughts on all these men, those men that you talked about, Kev, having all those babies, that's selfish.
I don't disagree.
That's selfish.
I was
You cannot
just
spread
posing a
yourself
question.
thin. Even if you had 16 kids, unless you in that home, you are still spreading yourself thin.
Yeah, but in the same, we don't know why Nick Cannon had that many children. We don't know what childhood traumas he may have suffered to cause him to be so selfish that he would spread himself that thin. I don't disagree with that. I think that's kind of selfish, but at the same time, I can't really speak because I don't know how much time he spends with, you know, all of his children individually. And, you know, he's got several shows on. So, you know, I can't imagine he spends a whole lot of time with them. But I kind of look at the situation the same way. Even though Nick Cannon has money, I think, you know, his kids may have some of the same issues as Amora's kids. So, but we don't look at Nick Cannon in the same way because Nick Cannon has money. But
No, we do look at Nick Cannon the same way, Kev. I don't.
Yeah, we
Women
do.
do.
Kids said different.
well,
If
y'all
if
do. I'm
Nick
saying
Cannon,
men don't. That's why I was
if
speaking.
Nick
That's why I
Cannon
was saying
died today or
men don't look
tomorrow,
at.
them kids set for life. If a more baby fathers die today or tomorrow, she's still stuck.
Hey, Mimi, we can barely hear you. I don't want to talk over you because you was saying something. What did you say at the very beginning of your
I'm
statement?
sorry, sweetie. Can you hear me?
No, we can barely hear you.
All right, let me go back out and come back in. I apologize, y'all.
No, I just wanted to hear everything you were saying because I couldn't. When
Yes,
I
sir.
stopped
Yes,
talking,
sir.
I
Let me
noticed
go
she was
back
talking.
out. Let me go back out. I don't know what it is, but let me go back out. I'm sorry, y'all.
But we have to be able to talk to the other side too. Like when we advocating for this young lady and trying to be supportive, you have to understand kind of the other side too. That's why I said. And they,
Oh,
no.
I'm not
What I'm saying
supportive.
is
I'm not supportive.
no,
Don't put that on me because
no.
I'm not. I'm not
Not you,
unsupportive. I'm not either.
not you individually. I'm saying those people who are supportive, they have to understand that there are St. Hudsons, that there are lovely loves. There's always a other side of that coin. And I think that as opposed to arguing our specific point to the other side, because you're not going to change my mind. You're not going to change Hudson's mind. You're not going to change Suge's mind. People think the way that they think for a reason. And so I think that what we should try to do is understand like the best way. If you support her, and this is just my opinion again, if you're supportive of her and you're trying to help her, I would encourage her as somebody that's supporting her to stay off social media. But I see a lot of people still encouraging her to do interviews and they go, well, she's trying to get her message out. But the people who are interviewing her are not interviewing her for her to get her message out. They're getting her on there to do what old girl did to her. So Yeah, go ahead.
So what happened when Shannon passed away? Well, who's gonna happen then? He got lupus, right? He's been sickly, right? What happens if he passed away? He got like how many baby mothers?
I think he got sickle cell. I don't think he has lupus, or does he have
Yeah, I
lupus?
think he got lupus. Yeah.
Okay.
Some type of autoimmune disease. They all are very similar.
Yeah. But it's a thing where, again, I think that's part of the reason. I think he wanted to leave a legacy because he doesn't feel like he's gonna. It doesn't really matter why he had that many kids, but I wonder what the conversations would be like with his children's mothers as far as what kind of father he was. I would be interested to hear that, but you know why they'll never come out and say nothing? Because whatever money they're getting from him is more than they would probably be getting themselves, and so they go.
They do speak out. They speak out. I've
Do they?
seen
Oh,
interviews.
okay. See, I didn't know that.
I've
never
seen
heard any of them say
because he'll
anything.
turn around and have one. He'll have a baby, and then it'll be another one getting ready to come out the chute, and then that one be pregnant across town and across the state. So
Well, yeah,
no,
I know he had them
doesn't
back to
get
back, but I've never heard any of them specifically come out and
Mhm.
say, "Hey, he doesn't spend a lot of time with his kid," or I hadn't heard any
Mariah
of
did a
them.
whole statement, and she never talked. Mariah did a whole statement.
But that money keeps them quiet too, and that's why men, as a group, tend to look at these situations in a cynical way because they like, yeah, she wasn't complaining while the money was coming in, or she had a baby because she was trying to secure a bag. And I think we got to elevate the conversation a little further and kind of be like, I can see why people think that way on that side of the fence, but I can also see why y'all want to be supportive and help her. I get both sides. And I think, and not because I'm on the fence, I feel the way I feel, but I understand the way I feel is not how everybody's going to feel. So if we're working as a group, we have to kind of come to a consensus as a unit. And I believe like Huddy is, I believe she's a very passionate person. I believe she's a very caring person. I believe because she said, no, we shouldn't baby her. We need to tell her the things that she really needs to do. I don't think that makes her against Amora. I just think that that's the other side of the coin, and we have to acknowledge that.
But she's saying, I don't need to be in her shoes to understand. But at this point, if it's about solutions, why y'all wouldn't support her to work to get an apartment and better herself? That's the solution.
Who said that I don't?
Lovely Love.
We've already done that. Lovely Love, you've come late to the party. You're late to class. Everything that you've been asking, you would have known that if you would have been here from the beginning. You're on other people's channels and other podcasts, and you're judging her from that. And all you're doing is coming in with questions, but you're not coming in with a solution. Do you know the area that she lives in where she can get a job? That's a solution you can have for her. Do you know someone in that area where she lives at that can rent to her? That's a solution for her. But asking all these questions, discombobulating everybody and saying that you don't have to be in her shoes. Sometimes if you don't know what a person's been through, you can't understand anything beyond the scope of the questions that you're asking. Those are surface levels. Do your research.
I'm sorry, can I be heard? Can you hear me now, Mr.
You still low, Mimi. We barely hear you.
I don't know what that is. Okay, thank you.
Are you on headphones, Mimi?
Yes.
Can you hear her? Yeah, try to just talk straight through your device instead of through the headphones. I think that's what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Is she still here? Oh, okay. I didn't see her.
Lovely Love, I'm not being mean to you, but the questions that you're asking are just redundant to the point of, like I just said, you have not given one solution. We've been going back to back in the chat. DJ has said something to you. I've said something to you. No solutions from your mouth at all. So it's not about being mean. It's just about letting you know, because this is not about tearing her down or you down or me down. It's about having solutions for not only her, but somebody else that will come across this podcast that they can have hope.
And I want y'all to know, even when I don't agree with certain points y'all make, I still listen. Because even if I don't agree with something, sometimes that doesn't mean that point is not valid. Y'all make very, very valid points. Even if I personally disagree with it, that doesn't mean that point is not valid. That's what we have to stop doing. We have to stop taking valid points away from people because we don't agree with the person that we're talking about, or we don't like them, or we do like them, so we're just
Nothing can
agreeing
get
to
solved
everything
if we
that they're
do that.
doing. We have to be
Nothing.
able to still recognize a valid point. So I want y'all to know, even when I don't agree, when I debate a point with y'all, I still hear what you're saying because you make valid points. I don't have to agree with it to make it valid. That's real.
And it's important that everyone express how they truly feel, their true feelings, and not just try to say things to appease people, because nothing gets solved that way. If this was a science experiment or them trying to solve, like, a virus or a disease or something like that, they study each side of the coin, of the possibilities. They
Yeah,
they
that's why I said
they banter
it's
back and forth. Like, they just don't like say, "Oh, I don't want to sound mean, so let me not check to see if AIDS kills people," because that sounds mean.
it's
What?
thousands of girls that feel this way, but none of them are gonna say nothing. They're not gonna even come out and agree with her in the chat because they'll get
Hmm.
crucified if they
Right.
say, I can understand what you're going through. And so it's like that catch-22. People are not gonna be honest because if it's not a popular opinion, they're not gonna say. That's why I said, I told her when she first came in, I like to be very transparent. I looked at this just like everybody else did. How could you leave your 5 kids? I really don't even want to hear what you got to say. But then I can also say I'm emotionally intelligent enough to know that, okay, if I listen to the story long enough and I find out that her first 2 children were born out of probably the most horrific situation a young lady could go through. But I still can also say, okay, she went through that. I get it. And I know people in my real personal life who have went through similar things and some even worse. But where do we go once we're here? What do we do once we're here? We
When
can't
I
put the
first
5
heard
kids.
her, you know what I said? Thank God she did not turn into an Andrea Yates, or
That's
that
what I
white
said
girl
to her. I can
that drove
respect.
her kids into
If
the
it's one
river
thing I can
because she wanted
respect
to
is
go on
that
that
you
date.
went to turn your kids in when you knew that you had enough. Because like I said, it's thousands of girls who feel that way who will never do it because they don't want to face the backlash. And those will be the ones who will beat their kids to death or unalive. Those are the ones who will mistreat their kids and traumatize their kids just through the emotional abuse because they don't want to be with them. Now, and again, we can look at her and her circumstances and say we can understand why maybe some of the choices she made weren't the best because of her trauma. But when we look at the woman that was interviewing her, she makes all this money. She pays $10,000 a month for an au pair, but she's in the same position. She doesn't want to be a full-time mother.
See,
But we're
like,
not.
people need to really look up old cases and stuff like that. Somebody needs to play that white lady that drove her 2 sons in the car seats into the river and then blamed it on a black man, and see the how she got to that conclusion. That will stop a lot of reasoning, and Andrea
Well,
Yates,
see,
for
even
why
with
things
that
like this
story,
happen. But a
it
lot of
wasn't
these
from her
Gen
trauma.
Z, but listen, Kev, a lot of these Gen Zers don't even know why Tupac or how Tupac got unalive. Like, they don't know these stories. They don't
Facts.
know why OJ was running down the highway. I'm driving down the highway. They don't know these stories, and then they come on YouTube and they have these big aggrandized ideas of how people are being mean. It's like, no, you don't. Like, in the '90s, this shit was real. What y'all living through now is light work.
Okay.
No disrespect. Can you guys hear me now?
No, you still low,
Yeah,
baby.
still
You
low,
still real
Mimi.
low.
I don't know what the heck.
They don't even know why Selena's assistant and the runner of her fan, the number one runner of her fan club, unalived her, and they running around here bars and
They're
rockheads
not figuring
and
out.
beehives.
Hey, let me ask y'all a
These
question.
kids
A
don't
teddy bear floats
know.
in the water,
If
where police say a mother did the unthinkable. Mother LaShonda Armstrong apparently drove her minivan down this boat ramp and into the Hudson River, killing 3 of her 4 children. It happened after she got into a fight with the children's father Tuesday night.
The vehicle was towed out of the water. The mother and 3 of the children were located inside the vehicle and were deceased.
The dead children are 5-year-old Landon Pierre, 2-year-old Lance Pierre, and 11-month-old Leona Pierre. LaShonda Armstrong's oldest child, 10-year-old LaShawn Armstrong, was also in the car, but managed to escape.
He managed to hit the power windows and opened up one of the windows and climbed out of the vehicle before the vehicle sunk. The vehicle was out in the river at that time, and he swam to shore. made his way to the fire department.
Police say had the boy not escaped, this would be a missing persons case. The vehicle was completely submerged. The 10-year-old boy is now staying with a relative, the suspect's aunt, Angela Gilliam.
Sean is fine. He's fine. He's with me. He's right here. Sean is fine. Sean is fine.
Gilliam came to the crime scene Wednesday with other family members.
Oh, I give us stress to go through all the stuff that we're going through, Lord.
To cry, light candles, and place flowers. Despite what happened, she defended her niece.
She was a good mother. Just because she drove a car, she was a good mother. She was going through some stuff. She was going through some stuff, okay?
Across town at the daycare center where the children went, more tears.
Be able to see him on the bus.
Bus driver Maria Giambrone says 5-year-old Landon Pierre was desperate for the love he was not getting at home.
He was looking forward to come to school just so he can get a good morning from us and the hugs and all that. So he wasn't getting that at home.
Police have questioned the man LaShonda Armstrong fought with before she apparently killed their mutual children. It's unclear if anyone will be charged in the case. Ted Shaffrey, Associated Press, Newburgh, New York.
My. Mm.
That broke my heart.
This could have ended up a whole nother way. So instead of us trying to crucify this lady, thank God that she got the help she needed before it turned into that.
Yeah, that's why I told her that. I made sure I told her that. I said, I came in looking like most people, but I respect the fact that you did what you did instead of abusing them or doing harm to them. That's what else? That's the best you can hope for, because you see how these stories turn out when they don't get that way out. I don't know what the circumstances behind that was, but maybe it was the trigger from the fight she had with the guy. Maybe it was, and even with Susan Smith, when she did the same thing, drove her 2 boys into the lake. It wasn't from any childhood trauma. She was in a relationship and the man didn't have any children. And he said he couldn't go forward in a relationship with her because he didn't want any children. So it can happen for a number of reasons. It doesn't always have to be abuse, or trauma. And we just got to realize that it happens because I answer this question. If you took an anonymous survey and you asked 100 women, have you ever got to a point where you felt like you were at your wit's end as far as having to try to deal with your children on your own? If they could remain anonymous and they wouldn't be scrutinized for it, I bet you that would be upwards of 50 to 60% of women have felt that at one time. At least. That's just my opinion. I don't know what y'all.
I think she just has a 2-year-old. She could be going through postpartum depression. You understand?
And if she's been pregnant after that, who knows if she's been pregnant after that? She might have if she's that fertile, and that would give you some type of hormone imbalances as well. Right. She said she tried, like last I heard when this first went down was her saying that she tried to reach out to the fathers, and either A, they're not around, or they wouldn't take them. So it's not like she didn't try. I mean, this is what we paying for social services for, and like child protective services. That comes out of our taxes. So if anybody has a problem with it, I don't see, like I said before, I don't see nobody at no town hall meetings.
I've heard that when people talk about that, that's a lot of contention with people too. They go, well, why should I have to pay taxes to take care of somebody else's kids who are irresponsible? See, you have a whole segment of those people who you're never going to reach because they feel
because they don't live in isolation. Those are the kids that go to school with our kids, whether it's private or public, and they bring weapons and blickies up in them too.
Oh yeah, and it was sad when the bus driver was saying the little boy looked forward to coming to school just to get a good morning and a hug because he wasn't getting it at home. And that's sad that the bus driver knows that,
Yeah.
We're humans and we are communal creatures, whether we like it or not. We travel in herds, in packs, in communities, just like the elephants, just like the humpback whales. We can't live alone by ourselves. It doesn't happen. Then you turn into the Unabomber. Like you can't. No.
Lovely love. Most people that have mental issues don't necessarily believe that they have a mental issue.
That's the truth.
especially in our community, because we're told not to even acknowledge that something might be not be
Right.
wrong. We're told not to acknowledge that something might be wrong mentally. Like, ain't nothing wrong with
Exactly.
her, ain't nothing wrong with him.
That's my concern. She's trying to fly and smoke and survive. She is okay. No, she was not okay. That's why we had to help her to get back home. You didn't see all the interviews. If you did, because you're saying you watched them all, no, you didn't, because you would have known that we had to help her get back home.
Do you know how big the spectrum is, lovely love? And do you know it's not in a straight horizontal line? Like the graphs go up and down, in and out, left and right. Do you know how complex the human mind is? She could be on autopilot doing all that other stuff because that's what she's used to, or that's where the serotonin is released when she does that type of stuff. You never know.
Lovely love. I
You
think
don't
you
have
should
to. She
definitely
thinks
hit the link. Hit the link and
lovely
come up.
mental illness is not somebody.
Audio is good on this end. Am I good? Am I better?
Nope.
Yes,
You
I am.
you're low. You're very low.
Oh my god. What
I
the
promise you sound like you in Argentina.
Oh shit, I'm not.
She in Antarctica with that voice.
Thank you guys. I'm sorry. Let me
But
see.
lovely love, that's the purpose of these builds. We come up because it's hard to kind of get your point across in the chat. Come up, hit the link. Genesis said, I'm not like I'm running the channel, but Genesis said you're welcome to come up because I would just love to hear your perspective on this whole thing because it's kind of hard to get, you can't type the same way you can speak. So if you can come up.
I wish it was that simple. They can still tie their shoes, so ain't nothing wrong with them.
I know. I wish it was that
Hello?
simple too. Like, people don't know what people go through with mental issues, and trauma. Like, it's not that, and especially when you're used to it, this is normalized. This is your life. If you're operating in trauma, you don't really know too much is wrong. You feel inside something is off, but you don't not necessarily know. I mean, you don't necessarily know that it's absolutely wrong.
Especially now, do you know how many adults nowadays are being diagnosed with late life autism?
I'm getting my test done too.
And the thing too is, even if whether you realize you have mental illness or not, a lot of people don't know where to go for help. I mean, well, let me say it like this. If you're dealing with somebody that's went through trauma and they haven't healed to a point where they recognize what their trauma is, what their triggers are, and that's what I was kind of trying to identify to her earlier. We all understand that she's been traumatized. What I was trying to get her to understand is just like we recognize it, there's other people who will recognize that too. And they may invite you to sit down with them, but their intention is not going to be the same as maybe Genesis's is. This woman, the woman that interviewed her, definitely had a different agenda, or should I say a different perspective. And so that, to me, that'll do further damage to a person who's been traumatized, because obviously you could tell that interview affected her. And
and like you said, the internet is not the place for her. She's not ready for that. She just
thank
gave her
you.
visual.
She's not. And everybody that comes in contact with her, they're going to further exploit her because they have no other use for her other than for her to come on their platform so that video can go viral. That's it. And we need to tell her that plainly, because if it's really about getting help, her going on different platforms telling her story 100 times is not going to get her any help. That girl promised her all this help. She got out there and got stranded and had to get help getting back home. So her mind is not yet in the place where she's thinking, hold on, before I jump on a plane, fly out somewhere I don't know to meet a person who I don't know, let me think about that. That's why I said her mind frame has to change, because as long as she's caught up in this whole internet whirlwind, like I said, she may be trying to get a message out to women, but the people who are bringing her on their platforms, that is not their intention.
And they got to remember too, she's not a like an actual celebrity. Like this is not like with Krishan. I don't even like none of that shit. I don't like exploitation at all. But like, because it's clear she has mental illness and addiction problems and stuff like that. That should not be exploited at all. People need to be real with that girl too. But this woman, her video went viral. That's something way different. So she wasn't even thinking about none of this.
Right.
But that's a drug to a person who starves attention, who is looking for somebody, is looking for something. That when you become, whether you call it famous or not, like she's walking around and people are recognizing her from the video, you know. And that's why I made the point about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm not saying, Kevin, I'm not saying that like it didn't happen. I'm
Oh,
saying
no,
it's
no, no.
different
Yeah,
for
yeah.
being prepared for that and
Yeah, no,
not knowing that your video is gonna go viral.
You're never going to be prepared for that. And just by the mental state that she is in overall, that's the worst thing for a person who is in a fragile mental state, is to all of a sudden be under a spotlight. It's the worst possible thing. That's why I told her your healing process, your recovery, what you're going to do, keep that all off of social media, because the majority of people are not rooting for her. That's what I was trying to get her to understand. You know, she may get support here, but the majority of places she's been that you've seen her getting interviewed, do they handle her the same way Suge and Genesis handled her? No. And so most of the people that she's gonna encounter are going to further tap into that trauma that she's trying to work herself out of. That's what's dangerous about social media, because you get people who will get up on a panel and they feel like they're famous because they're on somebody's platform that's, you know, maybe a fairly large platform, and then they feel famous. That's what this internet does. It gives you a false sense of celebrity. Like I said, after this dies down and that girl's walking around in her little small hometown in Ohio, everybody in her town is going to know. Every job she goes to apply for, they're going to know she went viral. When I asked, that's why I asked her about Andrew Caldwell. She didn't know him by name, but when I just said a simple phrase, she's like, "Oh, that's the guy that said I don't like men's no more." That's and that's what's kind of what she's gonna have to carry around. She's forever gonna be known as the chick that went viral for taking her 5 kids and dropping them off at CPS. The system is not, and that's why I was telling her also, the system is not designed to help her. The system is there to intervene when you mess up.
No, the system is designed to help you, but it's not going to hold your hand through the process. And then people get spiteful. It's designed, but if it's just like anything else, it's like a big pool or a big lake. The lake is there for you to get refreshed, to get cooled down. It's there for all the reasons, but it's not going to keep, the lake itself is not going to keep the sharks away from you. You have to learn. You are adults. You have these 5 kids. You have to learn what steps to go through to work the system the way it's supposed to be worked. Nobody is going to knock on anybody's door. Like, here's your house, here's your municipal housing, here's your food stamps, here's everything you need. Nowadays, they kind of do now, because now
That's
they'll
why
call your house and make sure that you're doing everything. But they give you everything that they think that you could possibly need. But if you slip through the cracks, 9 times out of 10 is by your own yourself. You the one greasing up your feet. Like, for real. People complain so much. And I grew up watching the system work. And I've been on food stamps and Medicaid myself. If you could call and harass people, make sure you stay on the lines, make sure you're making all your appointments, make sure all the documents that they give you, that they ask you for, you get. You have to do what they ask. Just like if you worked at Starbucks and they ask you to brew the coffee, whisk the damn matcha, and mop the floors, and then when you don't do that, you shocked that you got fired.
That's why I was talking about the things about child support. You can't just say, well, they're not paying. You got ways to make them pay. You have to advocate for yourself, because you know that nobody's gonna come save you. Nobody is coming to save you. These people.
Somebody says that the first thing you want to ask them is, did the father sign the birth certificate?
So let's just say this, because we're about to be encroaching on 4 hours here. This has been a really, really great panel. Mimi wanted to say something. Lovely love, and I'm gonna.
Listen, I just want to make make sure everybody could hear me. I was really trying to listen. I was going to talk to Sugar Love earlier, but it ain't even important. I can go on her channel for that.
What you got to say, baby?
No, it was just more or less of saying like, when I was speaking through my abuse through my mom, and like when they have a nervous breakdown and whatnot, I was gonna say like I remember when my mom lost her 3 kids in one day, and as we was growing up as children, my mom was like, "You're never gonna be Jimmy, Shannon, and Kelly. You're never gonna be them." And it was trauma for us, and we were living in the ghetto and shit, man. We were fucked up. But at the end of the day, I still, out of all my mama kids, she got one son. I'm what, 40? I'm 43. My brother 45. And he still deal with my mother. Everybody else don't deal with them. Because mental health is real, and she had a nervous breakdown. When she had a nervous breakdown, she had a nervous breakdown. So that's why I really wanted to say to this girl, thank you for not being my neighbor, putting your kids in the river. Doing what you wanted to do, you know what I mean, when you're mine. Because my mom be talking to us like she swear everybody's stealing the shit. She ain't got nothing to steal. Nothing to steal.
She may be slipping into dementia.
I think it's more schizophrenic or whatever.
Yeah,
But one thing about
but
but
you
one
can
thing
still
about that
get
the
you can still
hospital
get the
ain't telling her that, Sugar Love. The
you can
hospital,
get her brain scanned.
she
Get her
been
brain.
there. She done it. You know what, Dr.
Then get
Foster?
another doctor. That's why people say get a second opinion.
Yeah,
And
Dr. Foster did, and Dr. What's his name? Dr. Clement or
Find a
some
med
shit.
clinic.
but
The Mayo Clinic, I mean. Sorry,
I just
sorry,
like
sir.
to say to the
You
young
can't
lady,
force somebody to do something that they want to. So once the
I,
police pick my mom up, I'd be so grateful because, you know, it's nothing easy. You can't just make somebody go to mental health. And one
Well,
thing that
yes,
one
you
thing,
can. You can get what's called a white warrant
baby,
and
you
get them.
sound real brave. You
I'm going to
sound
get
real
right
brave.
back off.
You sound real brave,
I
but
Hold on,
down
you
in the
guys. Hold on, guys.
Southwest,
Hold on, guys.
no, because
in the
Wait.
Southwest, it's not that easy. I'm trying to tell you.
and you know what? And you know
Listen,
what?
I know it's
listen.
not easy,
I
sweetheart. I did not
truly
mean to offend you.
I truly understand that, and I like to say to anybody, continue to speak out. Continue to speak out regardless of what the outcome may be. If you need the help, speak out, or maybe you don't need the help, but if this is what you're going through, speak out, because a lot of people suffer in silence. A lot of
Okay.
people is scared to tell their stories because of the outcome and all of the things they're going to get after they speak out. Long as you, that's a step right there. Speaking out, that is one of the biggest steps, is just speaking out. So never never stop speaking out. A lot of people suffer in silence, and because they suffer in silence, they become addicts, they become addicted to something. The point of speaking out, you know, hopefully anything that somebody say will register to them, but a lot of times it's not going to register to them until they're ready, until they're mentally and physically ready. But continue to speak out. We don't want to ridicule people for speaking out. It's not us. We may not like what they're saying, and we may know the protocols for them to do what they need to do, but sometimes they just need an ear. They just need an ear. You know, like I said, that is the reason why a lot of people suffer in silence, because they don't know who to talk to, where to talk to, or what to say. So just keep that in mind when somebody's talking to you like they are suffering. And sometimes you do go down the wrong, keep going down the wrong road. when you're suffering and when you go. Sometimes people go over that cliff. If you're not mentally right, you are not mentally right, and we can't stop them from going down the wrong road. But maybe if one person just be their ear, you know, then maybe they say, "Oh my gosh, somebody hurt me," or "Oh my gosh, somebody understands what I'm saying. Somebody else is going through what I'm going through." Sometimes that's the biggest step ever that will might get somebody going into the right direction. Sometimes people just want to be heard and they just want to know it's not just me who's going through this. A lot of women are going through that. I guess we should think the two interviews on this channel is her telling the truth. I never said, listen, Lady Love, just hopefully when you go through something, it's not about somebody's lying or telling the truth or whatever. If you already know somebody mental is not right, what do you expect? These are people's lives. Think of all the people you see every single day and you ask them how you doing. And they really, you know what their response is? Fine, I'm good, but they're not good. And they're not fine. And only thing that does is make them keep going down the wrong path. It's just a little beam of light can save somebody's life. Just a little beam, just a little flicker. You don't, just the point of being somebody's ear, you don't know what that might do to them. You don't know what that might do to just being our ear. Lady Love, you are a disappointment. You really need to change your name.
To Lady, yeah, thank you.
Because people think that they're the only ones who know tough love. A lot of things people say on here, it doesn't identify me with my life, but I still listen. A lot of things I hear people, what they go for, I would never go for ever. I am strictly a one and I have never went backwards ever. But that's me. That is me. I don't expect everybody to be me. I don't expect everybody to be me where I love the work. I am a beyond workaholic. I don't care what I'm going through, but everybody ain't built like me. And I'm not built like everybody else. Sometimes it's not about you. It's not about your strength and what would you do. I could sit here too when people say stuff and bring up how I would do stuff. We all fucked up in some type of way, form, or fashion. We all fucked up. Some is a lot worse than others. I would never. I can take that same venom that people give. I could give out that same venom. But I also know the power of being an ear. I am too old to get fooled. Not saying that it can't happen. I am too old to think that what everybody say they word is bond. But I don't have to keep telling a liar they're a liar or this not true. That is still her life. If she's lying, that's on her. You didn't hear nobody say, hey, give her a cash app, give her money, or give her anything. But just the point of her getting this out, how she feel, there is a lot of mothers that is on overload. You have had mothers that have been in their papers for going on vacation and leaving their kids home. They came back to jail. Now, if they would have said, hey, I need a break, I need somebody to take these kids, they wouldn't have took such tragic steps. But they didn't know how to do that. So now they in jail where they should be. You're not going to think that a 15-year-old has the same mindset of a grown woman. Yeah, she's 27 now. But where was the time where she matured? Okay, have your mental breakdown, now get yourself together. She ain't never had the point in the time in her life where she got herself together. From the age of 13 years old, she's been abused. 13, 14, 15, 16. She walked in from one fire door to the other fire door to the other fire door. She's never had the point in her life where her mind cells and her brain was able to mature. Can we at least give people that? Can we just give people some grace? Are we too good? We can't give people some grace time? She's never had it. Are we blind? Not blind enough to know if she's not working? I don't have to say, well, I know you might be doing something strange or some change. We are old enough to fill in the gaps. We are old enough to fill in the gaps. We don't have to keep throwing it. Give her some, not just her, anybody you know that's having a breakdown, give them some grace. It doesn't take nothing from us to give somebody grace. Some people never had it. It's been trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma. You know, again, I'm not saying nobody's right or nobody's wrong. But what I am saying is that is a majority of the reason why a lot of people suffer in silence. This is why a lot of people are addicted, because they don't know who to talk to. Maybe if we hear them out, maybe we can get them to go get the mental help, go get this help, go get that help. Sometimes people, they ain't ready yet. She's never been on her own. And what is the purpose of giving so much advice if it's not connecting? You want it to connect. That is the purpose of talking to somebody. You want it to connect. You want if what you're saying is sincere, you want it to connect to the other person, or you just waste all your breath. You waste it all. When I speak to people, I want to connect to people. I want to make sure you literally hear what I'm saying. But like I said, I never take anything personally. I hear a lot of stuff all the time. a lot of my ways can't understand a lot of people ways neither. I hear people start, I be like, shit, not me. But I can't do that because it's not me. I'm built different.
So we're about to wrap this show up because it's about to be 3:59. I think Saint Hudson stood around because I think she wanted to say something. One of the people that wanted to say something, and Lakeisha stood around. So let's just hear like a quick closing statement between you and Lakeisha, and then Sugar Love and I are going to close this whole thing out because it's the weekday, and I'm old and I gotta go to bed. I just went through a tornado, y'all.
Oh yeah,
F5 tornado. It was an F5 tornado, y'all. Took my whole back fence off. But because I care about this young girl's story, I said, you know what? Even though I didn't even have electricity a few hours ago, or the internet or nothing, I said, you know what? I want to hear what happened to you. I want to, encourage you. I want to be here for you because that's what we need. It's like a village. You know what I'm saying? When you're going through stuff like that, you don't need to be isolated. You don't need everybody, because I'm sure she'll get enough backlash from people. If she can come to a safe place and be able to talk to some people that can really try to pull together and help her instead of it being an interrogation. That's what this is about. It's not about trying to question whether or not she's telling all the stories exactly how it should be. That's not what we're doing. She's got 5 kids. It's really about the children. If we can get her in a safe place, then her children are in a safe place. But we can get her together where she could be to help her, at least just aid and assistance. A helping hand. It's not that hard. But go ahead. Let's go with who wants to go first?
Saint Hudson was here first, then Lakeisha.
Okay, go ahead. Saint Hudson.
Go on, Kiki.
I just want to say, I'm glad that over here she has grace. It is not for me or anyone else to be dissecting her life. She said what she said, she did what she did. Now, what of the solutions? And if we can put some grace and some mercy behind that, that would be lovely. You don't have to be in someone's mind or walk someone's shoes to have grace and mercy. And we do want to make sure that the kids are okay. We do want to make sure that she's okay and she gets the help, however that looks, so that she can be mentally stable to even start the process of any of this, and emotionally stable. So to be asking questions after questions and no solutions, I think that's a big no, thumbs down, but that's just my opinion. I'm glad that she has a support system over here, and whatever we can do, we will do.
Ashay, thank you, Lakeisha. St. Hudson.
I just want her. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I want her to know that she's not alone on the island, and she's made the right decision. Or I'm not even gonna call it the right decision. I'm just happy that you didn't unalive them children,
Mm-hmm.
because that still shows that you're a mother and that your first stop is to protect them and to care about them. You still put them before yourself, and your story does not end here. And not everyone is going to agree with you. Not
Right.
everyone agrees with anyone.
Right.
No one has to. You don't need to seek your
Mm-hmm.
validation in other people. The only people that you have to even impress, even remotely, are your children. And when they get older, they're going to see what you did and they're going to appreciate it. Just keep going, because your story does not stop here. And also, your story is not the only one of its kind. So I don't want you to feel like you're some black sheep of the quote unquote family or anything like that. No. Keep going. And you'll stumble again, and we stumble again, and like no one's expecting perfection, because no one can deliver perfection. That, and to the young lady that was up here before, when when I had a loved one that was suffering from mental illness, and I couldn't, y'all know how boisterous I am, and I couldn't get through to them, I decided to myself. Now this is just what I did, and it helped them a little. I mean, they didn't always rock with it, but it helped them a little. I was just like, well, then I'll just be the example. If I want her to seek mental health, then I'm gonna do that. If I want her to go to a therapist, then I'm gonna do that. And that was just the first step I took. That's just the first step. I know sometimes you just need a yes, baby, a ear to, speak to.
I
Or
ain't hear
just
my cat in a while.
from me.
I ain't hear my cat in a while. What he doing?
And I know it's hard, and maybe and it's a whole section of people that's helping family members with mental illness themselves who haven't been diagnosed with anything, who seek therapy, because it's rough on your system. It really is. It's rough on your spirit. It's rough on your mind. It's rough on your household. So I could totally dig it. So don't feel ashamed if you feel like, hey, maybe I should ask my doctor for a therapist referral. And that's where I end. I know it's hard.
Nicole is going to the closet. Anyone else trying to keep me awake past my bedtime will be going.
Yeah, I think my thing is not even about her. My thing is about women in total, right? I see a lot of women suffer in silence. Right. My job is not to see if she's telling the truth or she's lying. We don't have no monetary gain for her because I already let that be known, right? Like we're not gonna help you the easy way, right? But we will be your ear. We will try to direct you because you still have to help yourself, right? We'll be your ear, but the start of the help, that's something she has to do. Like you got to help yourself first. Like we could be your ear or whatever, but at least get it out, and then get to doing what you have to do. But women, a lot of us is bombarded. A lot of us is depressed. A lot of us is going through it alone. A lot of us don't know which way is up. A lot of women sit up and they cry every night before they go to bed. They cry tears. They get them bills. When bills come in, and they suffer in silence. Some of them work every day, tired. And sometimes just letting it, releasing it into the universe helps. It helps. It really helps. And then some people go right back to doing what they have to do. But how they say, a woman's job is never done. A mother's job is never done.
Never done.
A mother's job is never done.
One foot in front of the other.
Yeah. But we could, like I said, we can't help nobody more than they can help themselves, right? And like I said, there's no monetary gain over here because I don't believe that's the help that people need. Like if they need like something for like a bite of food or something, but that doesn't help people. But like I said, we are all old enough to certain things. I don't have to say we old enough to know. Right, we are old. We old enough to know when it ain't the full truth. We all old enough to know somebody leaving out something. Right, we should, we should, right?
Yeah, and
But,
to just to add on to that, like I said in the chat, any detective, any investigator, anybody in law enforcement will tell you that the story is never told exactly the same verbatim every single time. You know when, like Shook said, when somebody's really lying and when they're not, when they're embellishing, when they're adding stuff on, but the core will remain the same. But this stuff that you even when you go to the supermarket, you forget that stuff that you need. Like y'all, the human mind is not perfect. It's just never going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes you forget a part, sometimes you don't. Oh, they were wearing a light blue shirt, not a dark blue shirt. Oh, that doesn't mean the whole story is a lie. Oh, they turned to left instead of the right. Last time they said they turned right. No, it doesn't mean the whole story is a lie.
Right. Okay.
This is YouTube. Type in how to tell when somebody's lying. How about that? Start there.
I love you, say Hesed on
that.
Listen,
I love y'all too.
She ready to go to sleep.
Tomorrow. Yeah, listen, part 2, goddammit, tomorrow or something. I'm sleeping.
Yeah, and anybody that's down in Texas or around Texas, I wish you nothing but blessings, because I've been hearing a lot of stories. Like even the first tornado, people sent me pictures of their house. Their house is wiped off because of this tornado. And what's going on today down in there in them Texans. We send prayers out to y'all Texans. I heard there's some more supposed to be coming. So I don't know what y'all Texans is doing to the weather, right? And then the people also who didn't get hit with the thing, and they got hit with them big old, what you call them? The ice, the thing that fall out the sky.
Sleep.
But no, it's not sleep. It's like big old balls.
Hell.
It was hell.
Hell.
Balls.
Whoever got hit with the hells and they broke up your stuff, thank you, darling. I'll keep your hopes up. I don't know, put some rubber or something around your cars.
But if y'all see any scarecrows, any tin men, any green witches, any flying monkeys, just lock your door and stay away from them.
Right.
Yeah. If you got a door, if it don't blow away, right? If the house don't blow away, right?
Don't follow no yellow brick roads that just pop up.
Oh my! But
yellow brick road.
This has really been good, and we will continue this. DJ, take us out of here.
Oh, okay. So okay, wait. I'm sorry. I'm still
Peace reflections.
Peace reflections.
Have a blessed night, everyone.
All right, y'all. So, let me see. Look, I'm so tired. I gotta find the damn thing to stop this.
You're supposed to have that.
Shouts out and everything, and Amora and everybody. Thank you guys so much, and much love to everybody and everything. And good night. I'm so tired.
Take us out of here, DJ.
I'm
DJ,
trying to find this goddamn video. It's like, hold on. Here it is. Okay, I found it. All right.
Compromise your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy. My friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light. I love who I am. I'm loving me. Look in the mirror. I'm not politically clean. Love what I see. Love who I am. I am invincible. I am a fan. My curves and my features, God makes no mistakes. I am successful, I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof, I'm 100 proof. And I love who I see, because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible, I'm incredible. A star in the making, I reach past the clouds. I'm invincible, I'm incredible, and no one can stop me now. I'm invincible.